We are due English Goodly. That was a great way to start the stream. I can't even speak. We are going to do some more exploring of this big new update. Hopefully, we get to see the new biome some more. But we're kind of at the mercy of RNG to see if we get that new map. In the meantime, there's some other stuff we can do if we don't get the new map. I really would like to find that knife so we can craft the butcher's table. Okay, so they finally fixed this glitch, thankfully. Now move in the bunker again. There's a new POI, place of interest, point of interest now that's in this bunker. Gonna have to make more use of the VAL. The silence weapons are probably going to be the go-to now. They weren't already. With the bunker and the factory, you're going to have to do your best to not alert too many enemies to your location. And if we can, one on top of your own. That's cool. So I made the mistake of last stream thinking that POI stood for person of interest. I thought there would be an NPC in this bunker. I think it's just like a new area on the map. Where that new area would be, I do not know. I feel like it wouldn't be easy to get to. I have no idea where I'm getting shot at by that. I can't fit a flask in here. Feels bad. This is max weight. My goodness. I feel like I'm over encumbered here, but yeah, I am with this iron bar. There we go. Baby crying some more. It's the first time I've seen a zombie follow me down here. I don't know where that zombie came from, or why he would go down here, especially after using a silenced weapon. That's very peculiar. And now we have all these things on the way. Lovely. So they added new drops, supposedly to the ghoul and the screamer, or the shrieker, whatever this thing's called. I wouldn't have known it until I read the patch notes. Just trying to pick up anything from these guys here is giving me nothing, finally. Doesn't look like you can craft anything with them. I think it could just be sold. Unless the butcher's table lets you do something taxidermy-wise with them. I wouldn't know for sure since I don't have the butcher's table. There would be zombies in this room. At least one of them came after me. Surprised none of the other ones here did. Unless they got rid of the zombie spawns in this room. Pretty sure there's usually 3 here. So that's interesting. I really don't have much ammo in here. Switch to this gun. You're like full on inventory. I'd love to get more of these military boxes. just dump off a bunch of stuff and then come back. Now that this can be stacked, it's free up a lot of space here. I wonder why they took this long to actually have this money stack up this high, like 100. Especially with some of the cost of the items later on. Seems like such a low stackable amount. Look at that. We just sorted the entire backpack in 3 stacks here. Stuff weighs a ton. Okay, so we should be good on that. Just like a pull the ammo on that thing. That's good. We gotta free up this space here. Ton of scrap here too. Max weight. Oh, apparently we're 0.1 over. It still worked out. Plastic there, it's good. We need more solar panels. So we got more cables. My backpack's full. Just empty this one out here. Still more plastic. We'd love to see that. Alright, let's head back into the bunker. Cool parts. So we got both drops. New drops from these enemies. Holy frame drop there. What is happening? What? Why my frame's completely gone? What the hell is that? My frames. Yeah, they're tanking for no reason. Yeah, I can't wait for that like G-Force update or whatever to come out, so I can like actually optimize these visual settings. Because my God, I should not be getting the rig I'm running. I should not be getting such low frames and having it drop so hard. I'm not even running this in my native 4K resolution, so. I'm at a loss here, I don't understand. All my frames are dropping so hard in this game. I was hoping like there was better optimization that would come with this update, but I guess we're focused on some other things. Combat knife. That's what the knife I'm looking for. I'm looking for like a hunter's knife. Good luck finding one of those. Holy military box, let's go. Dare I say, I think we're pretty close on coming up with the amount of military boxes we need to finish the warehouse portion of the bunker. I don't know if the enemy's gunshot alerts enemies to the location, or if it's just mine. Either way, I should have my head on a swivel here now. Hear anything coming this way? Alright. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run back. Gonna save. Come back here. I have a feeling... I think I know where they would have put the new point of interest. If it already isn't just some randomly generated thing. I feel like I know where they would have put it. At least this is where I would put it if I were them. I feel like the logical progression to find that new place of interest would be this way here. Medkit. Kidding me. Alright. Would be beyond these doors here. And further in. Block off that route. Yeah, I would think it would be down here somewhere. Problem is I don't have much ammo. Don't know how far I'd be able to get here if I was just getting punished. Definitely want to take the safe though. Eat scrap. There's one. It's actually real quick at what I wanted to do. I have to lower like more of these sound effects. I was noticing the gunshots, like the VOD, are so loud. They're loud for me, but lowered like the volume. Like, imagine if this was just regular volume. How much louder they would be. There's no way I'm gonna get to where I want to go with the ammo I have right now. Kind of shite. Alright, it's like the last mag I got. Ramirez, last mag, make it count. Hear more pitter pattering. I don't remember if I've seen this area. It's like water filled. Is this the place where you get the catfish? Maybe, maybe not. I see no evidence of anything new in the other biomes aside from some of the items that randomly spawn in loot containers. Water doesn't seem deep enough. Ooh, another large backpack. Mind if I do? out of space for this. I have to drop something, and I don't know what I would drop. It was 4 kg, deer hides 3.5. We'll just leave that there for now. Hunter knife, here we go. So can't confirm you can get the hunter knife off like a dead body. That's huge, actually. I think we just head back. Like, that's what we're looking for. We actually got it in like the first 20 minutes of the stream. You'll look to see it. So now I can kind of talk on how the butcher's table works. Let's go ahead and get the hell out of here. No, I don't mind getting such low FPS here. I'm gonna have to bail out of here quick. More monsters decide to show up. I have no ammo. Wait. Okay, let's go craft this table. Hell yeah. Hopefully the transition of putting that table into the actual cubicle we have downstairs works as smoothly as it did for the construction cubicle. And I don't really have my hopes up for that. I really need to get crafting some more. The VALM. We're gonna need some iron, which I put somewhere. Is no longer mandatory, so gotta retrieve those. First, I'm gonna put some of these military boxes somewhere else. They fixed the door gap. Just notice that in the hotfix. It's nice. Before it was quite unsightly. I think I'll just put a big crate here. And then store the other crates inside it. Clear that out. To go. Let's go grab those iron bars and craft us some more ammo. We are starving. Off for a while. Eating like a dozen tomatoes. Yeah. I'm just gonna grab all this. Probably have to make more iron bars anyways. There we go. This table. Let's see. Let's do a plastic in here for the inevitable solar panel we're gonna make. 20 electronics, 30 scrap, 20 iron bars. So we're gonna need iron for this as well. Right now, we're gonna use our iron for this. We're saying gunpowder if I had to guess. We got 2 left here. That sucks. We have to make some more of that. Butcher's gonna be over here. Let's see how I get this to work. Oh, nice, I can actually do this. It kind of almost blends in the rest of this stuff. I don't mind it. Let's see. Oh, you can actually make statues here. That's cool. A lot of wood to make that, though. So this is where you get your trophies from. You no longer get the raw trophy. You have to get the head, I suppose. Wait, what? A twin's head in wood makes a boar trophy? This has got to be a glitch, right? Yeah, that's a glitch. They should fix that in a hotfix eventually, because that should not be board trophy for the twins, but... It's interesting, because, like, we saw the trophies here, and I didn't have to craft these. These still say the same, but they couldn't do the same for the wallpaper, so... Anywho, let's see. Carcass Rat Wolf. Wow, okay. This takes quite a bit. So I guess now there's more of a reason, like there's a bit more of an item sink for the drops from killing some of these creatures, which would be good if they didn't already like nerf the drop rates for these things. So these are going to be even more rare to get. Like, had they just kept this 1 of 1 or maybe like 2 max each for these recipes and still kept like the spawn rate regular, it'd be an easier pill to swallow. But the fact that they really nerfed the drop rates on some of these and then also have like a high recipe cost makes this a lot more difficult to get. The rat wolf, you have to kill at least 5 rat wolves, but I can almost guarantee you're not getting what you need from them by just killing 5. Like, you'd probably have to, if I had to guess, 15 to 20 rat wolves just to craft this rat wolf carcass. Just taking a shot in the dark. And then the carcass twins. Because then, okay, like the twins. This is interesting. You need the twins trophy instead of just the twins head. So you have to craft 5 individual trophies and then put this in the recipe. I don't know why. Like everything else just uses like the head. Why does the carcass twins need twins trophy? I don't know if that's also a visual bug. But... Is that what that spider thing was called? Chuverla? Chuverla? That'd be a cool thing to have a statue of. But they don't have a statue of everything. Except for more enemies that they could have made a statue for, but... So we're not going to be able to craft any of this anytime soon, I don't think. I mean, the trophies already have, but... The other thing that this does is put more incentive on not selling the spoils, killing the creatures. It's going to come down to, like, assuming that they didn't really change the prices on these creature drops, you basically have to ask yourself, would I benefit more if I had like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 rubles or whatever, or having one of these statues? This is like a purely late game cosmetic type of flex. If you didn't need the money, you would be building these just to decorate the base. So I'm not against them adding more stuff to decorate the base with. I'm not sure I really agree on the recipe costs and what have you. At least we got the butcher's table built. Frames are brutal right now. We're gonna need some gunpowder. So we're gonna have how to craft this. Do you need for gunpowder? Ash, sugar. And we're gonna have to craft some sugar then. Wheat and chocolate. Interesting recipe for sugar. If I have any stored up here, I have a bunch of chocolate. So, like, what can I do to like make this not as brutal? I guess I could probably take it off borderless, but I shouldn't have to. Like, this is unreal. I don't even think like adjusting those settings help at all. I think the game's just having a really tough time processing all these loose items on the ground here that I use for decorating. I wish they'd be able to optimize that a lot better. This is like making this fun base is like a detriment on my frames. Grab some more scrap. I'm gonna into iron bars here. Usually I go upstairs and then like there's way less loose items up on this floor, so the frames kind of come back. But let's see the recipe. What's the recipe for computing? Sugar. I'm gonna take some of this hash here. I got some more chemistry tables I can do. Make this gunpowder go back quicker. They changed the hotfix that you can get these guys to roam around, but you still have to like as soon as you leave the bunker or restart your game, they still are locked into place. How valuable that patch really update was for these guys. They could have their own conversations. Should gun better. Yeah, love to see it. Get that cooking. This is done. Been a while since I made some hash. Go ahead and do that. Fix that too. You can now continue taking shits on the ground. It's so weird, like whatever they did to update the game, it somehow prevented you from taking shits on the ground randomly. Like what kind of spaghetti code, like what kind of programming code or error or whatever you want to talk about would prevent that from happening? Like what associated with your character randomly taking a shit was tied to something they updated in the code? It's funny as well. Killing a bunch of them over here. I'd rather not dip into our reserves too hard. Turn that off. Turn this off. Turn off our chemistry table here. max weight. Why wouldn't we be? I had one more VAL magazine hanging around. Can't find it now. That's somewhere in my backpack. Interested to see what the price is on these parts here. Sure is a better way to transfer items from a chest to or a backpack over to a cabinet as opposed to having to go inventory to inventory like this. Chance there's a BAL magazine somewhere here. Let's see one there. That's fine. Okay, we'll leave that on. Turn you off. Switch the kitchen off. I'm interested to see what my power reserve is at. My backup battery reserve. Oh yeah, we're completely drained here. All of our batteries are cooked. Big yikes. What do we have for our actual main power? Yeah. Okay, well the input's pretty good since we shut off everything. It's outweighing the output like half, so. What do you look to be able to build up our battery reserves again? The bunker. Really would like to see what this new area is they added here. So there's a catfish enemy. I don't know if that's exclusive to the warehouse, or maybe I can find it in this new spot. Holy frame drops. I can't even say it's specifically tied to our bunker and how many items are in it, since we're going to a new area here and it's still laggy. I don't understand. Quite the conundrum. Quite the conundrum indeed. Huh. This looks like a new area. Actually, it's not. If we close the door, I wonder if enemies can get in there. Might be able just to funnel them. Didn't realize I had that equipped instead of the silence gun. Ooh. I think these VAL magazines are more common now. It's like the second one I've seen since the update. That's good. We like that. We like that a lot. One ammo for AK? Sure thing. Definitely take that down. It's good ammo to get. Drop something here. I don't know what I want to drop. Is this 25 kg? It's worn out. I'm like completely full. Okay. I'd love to be able to grab these. Just simply not the case. Trying to remember where the hell it came from. I think it was over here. Yep. I guess I think it was this one. Oh, my memory's not completely cooked. There's ain't much room over there. I think I'm just gonna burn to the bunker and drop some more stuff. Damn. I'm gonna explore the bunker more and more. It is what it is. Sell off this stuff to the freighter. Let's go do that now. See if I can make it in time. Be able to. See how much these parts are worth. Alright, we got screamer lungs. Only 70, yeah? Graft flesh. Yeah, that's it. The screamer lungs worth more. Why is that the case? Alright. Ghoul parts. Now we're talking 120. Okay, what was this? Deerskin. Wait, did they nerf this? Oh my god, I think they nerfed this. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure the boar head and the deer head were worth a lot more. Same with the deer skin. Right, this is only 20. Raw Swampers are only 20. I think they nerfed the prices on these. Oh shit. Twins head's worth like nothing now. It used to be like 100, 200 rubles, something like that, I think. This is crazy. Yeah, they definitely don't want you to be farming these and making money off them. They lowered the drop rate and the price on these. Like, you're not making your money on these anymore. Would have been nice for them to buff the junk. That's not a good money maker either. I think you're just... They touch the price on the loaf of bread at all? Because if they touch that, then they really screwed the economy. 7? No way, dude. That's brutal. I'm pretty sure they used to be able to sell this for 20. Are you kidding me? You sell the wheat for 1. How much wheat does it take to make a loaf of bread? 4 or something? That's not that much of a price increase now. That's terrible. And I doubt they'd nerf the prices on these guns. Actually, what? Yeah, the magazines are so expensive. Ammo is ridiculously priced. They clearly don't want you buying ammo. And then, like, what about the repair of the guns? I don't think they nerfed this at all. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't like this at all, guys. I really don't. I gotta say. Like, you were able to get good money on hunting down creatures and selling them. Even like the people coming out with like bread farms and bread factories. They nerfed all of those sale prices. They didn't even touch buy prices on the good stuff. So it's going to be a lot harder for you to get these guns. So I feel bad for anybody who's playing this post-update that doesn't already have access to the good stuff. And they now have to come up with 1,600 rubles farming what's pretty much like... I don't even... Is it even worth doing bread farms anymore? That's terrible. I can't believe they did that. Stuffed catfish. I don't know if that's an actual thing in the game you can get yourself, or you can only purchase it here. Wait, carcass shuvela to decorate... What? That text is wrong too. That's another visual bug. Carcass shuvela to decorate your bunker, but it's definitely not from there. Anyways, I think we can see like what new enemies there are. So the assembly is clearly like the tank. Crab. We've yet to see that. We've seen the graft. We've seen the true Valara. So what's the 5 new mutants? The true Valara, the graft, that's 2. The assembly, that's 3. Those are 3 I've seen for sure. So the 4th would be the crab. And then what's the 5th? I could only assume maybe it's the catfish? The crayfish now drops a tail. But I didn't see at the butcher's table a giant catfish that you can craft. That might just be an exclusive buy thing, I don't know. I've yet to encounter 5 mutants, but the 4th one will probably be the crab. I just don't know where the 5th one is. It's very peculiar. Anyways, I'll do a little save here. Back to back to back bunker. And I've still yet to see the new place of interest here. Still got no explanation for the baby cries in his bunker. Let's make that sound. I hear like crickets. Or I'm inside of a bunker. Is that like water? Moving water? What the hell does that affect on me? Whoa, what kind of military box is this? I think I might have seen this actually before this update. Where it's like this military box has a unique... Oh, they actually did. Hell yeah. This is like a... Well, I recall correctly, it had like that look on the exterior, but then if you pick that up, it was like a regular military box. So I think they actually updated it so that it matches. Which is nice. I can get up here. I don't know. It's worth taking a look into. This looks like the water area again here. Just go through the anomaly then. What's this? Spetsnaz vest. See. I don't have the space for this crate. I will, however, once I dump something here. Maybe not. Yeah, we're full. Yeah. I don't know. There's one over here as well. Let's see if I've ever noticed that. I try to remember where that was. I'm taking that anomaly. I'm hoping I have enough room for the safe. I don't know what I would need. Let me just drop this. Yeah, I'll just swap them out. Safe is a much cooler storage. Get them. To get back up here. I think if I can get on top of this big pipe. Cool. I like it's not just a one-way thing. You actually can do a little parkour here and get back to where you were. I don't know if I can make this jump. I doubt it. Actually can't get back up here, so not as cool. I gotta remember the hell this is. I gotta remember fast because not much time left in this bunker. Climb up this ladder. Gonna try to work my way back over there. Fernand, what's up? The only bad thing about this game is the optimization. I've been saying that for many a weeks now. One thing I really wish they would have focused on this last update, because this is pretty brutal. The rig I'm running, that I should not be getting like 30 frames right now. Nice. Yep, the atmosphere definitely is good. I wish I could grab all these boxes. Okay, I got to somehow backtrack to where I was. I don't know how to get back to where I was. I'm gonna have to reload the save. As lame as that sounds. It was not, definitely not up here. It was like a staircase, like... It's gotta be around here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Let's go. I'm free! Hey, I'm planning on doing a video where I talk about the most recent update, the patch notes, the hotfixes, kind of go over my impressions. I feel like having close to 200 hours on the game, my opinion has a bit of weight to it, so I can chime in on what I think were some positives and what I think were definitely some negatives with the big update. That video's gonna take a while. I would definitely want to have it come out as soon as possible because of how fresh the update is. At the same time, it's just not really all that feasible. If I want to do a decent in-depth and a decently edited video talking about changes. I got like 20 frames in this base. This is terrible. This is really bad. It's like 15 frames now. Like, this is so bad. I almost wanted to reload the save and try to get my frames back at this point. See if that helps at all. But even like loading the save takes forever too now for me. I should try to offload some of this stuff. I'm not so sure. I mean, there's like still some glaring issues that they have to fix. They already came out with 2 hotfixes, I think like the same day after this update. And I've already noticed that there's still some things they should hotfix as well. And it took them this long to come out with this major content update. Like, I don't know if an optimization update or patch is coming out anytime soon. I wouldn't hold my breath for it to come out in the near future. this stuff on here. I can't be bothered sorting this out right now. I wish you could like lock these magazines into these slots, so every time I reload, this magazine doesn't go flying into my other exoskeleton. I saw that there are only 2 amateur developers, so we need to give them time. I think I don't know if I want to call that excuse, but I think like leaning back on the fact that there's only 2 devs is fine until you actually give this game a release. Once you start to earn some money, I think you should be expected to hire more staff. Like, if you're going to continue just having 2 amateur developers develop this game after taking Lord knows how many thousands of dollars they've made on the Steam store, I think that the explanation of we only have 2 devs working on the game it doesn't carry as much weight anymore. So while I understand that, you know, this is a AAA title and they don't have the biggest budget and it's going to take time for them to do that, at the same time, if you're taking money, like, there's a certain expectation that you're going to deliver on time. And it's not like we're talking about like adding more and more and more and more content. Like, the demand or the request that I have from them isn't ridiculous. It's literally just optimize your game so I don't get 20 frames. You know what I mean? Like, you're amateur dev, I'm sure I think it only gets you so far to fall back on that. Like, you say, oh, we're amateur devs, support us, we're a small dev studio. I was like, all right, cool. The expectations aren't going to be super high that this is going to be some graphically amazing, stellar AAA title. But at the same time, again, if you're taking money, like, I don't care if you're an amateur dev at this point. If I'm getting 20 frames on your game, like, something needs to change. And this game's been out for, I think, a long enough to the point where I don't think me struggling through 20 frames and the ask of getting better optimization is a big ask anymore. Sorry to say. There's a ton of stuff here to get rid of. All that garbage. I wish there was, with all the stuff they added, another recipe that would actually like use these glass bottles more. I need a better item sync for glass. I have so much. That's like the most useless resource for me. And I think many others would agree. Out of the scrap, plastic, wood, glass. Like, glass is the least used one. It's like the least useful one. And I would have loved there to have been some kind of recipe. And not even just like a one-time use. Like an actual recipe you would use on the daily to make use of this. And create another item sync for a resource that's really not that great. I was hoping they would utilize the tape some more, which they did in order to make like a crafting table. That's just 3. That's a one-time use for like a crafting table. I don't see many people building multiple crafting tables like that. There was something where you could use tape more often on a more frequent basis to make it worth your while to actually pick it up when you see it. Because right now I just have like a stockpile of glass, a stockpile of tape, and I have like no real use for it. Okay, so we got 100 kg there. Look at this vintage military box here. Munch on some of this some more. there's no real benefit to growing your own produce either. Like, Udolph returned. Welcome back. Wish that, like, this should do more hunger. And also, like, there's no incentive to grow a specific one for, like, a crafting type thing. So you're better off just growing the one crop that does the most for your hunger and thirst. Like, what reason would there to be for me to grow en masse carrots over tomatoes? A tomato gives me 3 more thirst. It definitely lacks balance. There's some glaring issues with game design with this game that should be addressed. As much as I appreciate the new content and the update, I think it actually made the balancing issues worse, unfortunately. What's the other one? Cucumber? Cucumber, I think, just does mostly water, right? Or thirst. No, it's the same. What? This is the same. So the cucumber has the exact same weight, like all the properties as a tomato. Or no, that's 10-3. Yeah, no, it's the same. Wait, you can pickle these things, right? So maybe there actually is. Is there a difference between the pickled stuff? So the jarred tomatoes is 40 hunger, 5 thirst, 50 stamina. 40 hunger, 5 thirst, 50. It's the same thing. There's no real difference. Other than the carrots. I don't think you can't pickle the carrots, right? I don't think I've seen a pickled carrot jar. So like the carrots are objectively the worst crop to produce. It's not even worth growing. And then there's like the cucumber and the tomato, there's no difference. Like I would think at the very least, like maybe cucumber would have more. You should be able to get more thirst out of it. Okay, and find out where I had them stored now. Like maybe make this 8 hunger, 5 thirst or something. Just differentiate it. I don't know. There's some. I don't understand how, like, in some aspects where it's definitely harder in terms of game design aspect, or they do some things really well that you would think would be more difficult to handle as a game dev. Then there's like some really, you would think, like easy stuff that a game dev should be able to do, and that kind of like goes by the wayside with them. So it's like in like harder areas of the game, in terms of like game design, they come up with some cool stuff and actually like nail some of those things. But then when it comes to like just basic, really basic game design philosophy, they're like really hit or miss. So I don't know. Well, I heard they're going to polish every system like farming. But I wouldn't even worry about farming at this point. Like, that would be low on my priority list for things they should do. Okay, now I'm at 50 frames, but then somehow I jumped down to like 20. It doesn't make any sense. Let's use the AK. Certainly something that requires great care. Certainly something that requires priority. Like, look at this. I don't think they did like much quality testing for this update. Did they do any playtesting for this? Because there's some really glaring issues. Like, look at this. This isn't something that this should happen. Look what happens to the icon. It just gets shrunk down. It's crazy. Like really basic like quality assurance that just kind of falls by the wayside. And I don't understand how like a quick playtest couldn't immediately fix or like bring to their attention. You know, it feels like they just made this update and released it and didn't have any testing whatsoever. Because the hot fixes they came out with were even kind of late to do so. Because I think that what did this update come out on the 13th? They waited till the 14th. Like there was very clearly like the biggest one from that I've experienced and that others have as well, because it wasn't just me. It's literally the entire time, like yesterday, like after the update, essentially, you would get stuck in the bunker. Like if you got the bunker map and you got in there, you couldn't move. That's a huge mess up. Like, how does that not get play tested? How do you not weed that out before you release the content update? And it's kind of embarrassing because like everybody who like think about the resurgence of players that would go play the new content update and then they're immediately hit with that kind of bug. It's not a good look. Like that you can get away with some minor graphical bugs or issues or balancing the optimization stuff like that, but when you're literally like your character is glitched, stuck, and you can't explore that map, that's pretty bad. I think their mistake is focusing solely on adding a lot of content, which gradually muddles their ideas regarding other objects. I will say like I'm surprised if it is in fact only 2 amateur developers. The update, like how much content they added, and a lot of like, because it's not just the new biome, it's not just the new mutants. They updated some images associated with the like the inventory items, some of the look on some of these items. They added new drops, like they changed the drop system. It seems they've added like the new crafting benches, so there's different recipes. They added like 50 new items. Like that's just like the surface, just to scratch the surface of what they've done. If it's just in fact 2 people developing this game. Once you start, like, that's a lot of stuff to throw out the wall, and you got to playtest that. You need quality assurance of all of that. And if it's just 2 devs working on it, and I think they bit off more than they could chew with that update. I think maybe they felt pressured that they needed to come up with a big update to keep the player base going. But I'd much rather have smaller updates that gradually come in over time, because it took a while for them to come out with this update, first of all. I stopped playing for like a month waiting for this update, thinking it was going to be like in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks became 3 weeks, and then it became 4 weeks. But think about, okay, instead of waiting however long it took, let's say 2 months, whatever, if they had just done, okay, here's an update every 2 weeks, or here's an update every 3 weeks, and like the first content drop, here's 5 new mutants in the biome. Done. Okay. Now the next update, we're adding new workbenches. Done. Then the next update, we're doing more quality of life improvements. We're fixing some of the visuals. We're updating some of the visuals. Done. Okay. Now we're adding new drops to the drop table. There's 50 new items. Done. And you spread that content out, slow drip feed it. It's not as you have time to quality assurance it, play test it. You have time to see if it works with the community and get their feedback, and if it needs tweaking and balances. Like them just waiting this long and coming out with this huge update, there's so many issues that arise with like bugs that come there. So now you have to hotfix a lot of things. You don't have time to play test it. Your feedback is going to be all over the place because you added so much content. There's going to be lots of complaints from different areas and aspects of your game. Had you just released it slowly, like I see no problem if you're like a decent dev size team to come out with an update like this on this grand of a scale, because if you had more people working on it, there wouldn't be a lot of negative feedback. There wouldn't be all these bugs that didn't get play tested. You'd have people who play test in quality assurance. You'd have people who'd be able to come out with a hotfix a lot quicker. And it's just like, I think they bit off more than they can chew. They released this giant update, and now you're gonna have to sort through the mess. You're gonna have to take more time to listen to everybody's feedback and It's a mess for me too, because I'd love to come up with a video talking about the pros and cons of this update, and what could have been a smaller, shorter video is going to be even more convoluted for me now, because now, like, I guarantee every like 5 to 10 minutes I go through like listing the pros and cons. I'm gonna forget like, oh yeah, wait, there's this issue I should talk about, or there's this issue. If they just made the update smaller, I wouldn't have to sit there and go, oh wait, I should make mention of this and make mention of that. And what could have been like a 20-minute video turns into like a 40-minute video. But as a whole, it's just like a bit of a disaster. Yeah, I'm gonna save the game, reload it, and hopefully my frames come back with the game. Yes. Yes, indeed. I just know it's gonna be a lot of work. There's gonna be a lot of hours of me coming up with the script and bullet pointing everything I want to talk about with this new update. As much as I'd love to just take that rant, send it out, and say this is my thoughts on this game, I'm gonna have to come up with like more concise arguments and suggestions, criticisms. I just know this video's gonna be like 40 minutes long talking about this thing. I feel like I'm gonna be missing something as I'm talking about it. Yeah, looks like my frames have come back for now. They have to do that because there are too few of them to solve everything in a short time. Well, that's the problem. Like, hire more people then. If you want the game to grow, and you're getting, you know, paid for the growth of the game by getting more sales, you're gonna have to get a bigger team. You got to start paying more people. Also, like, am I? Do they expect us to have 2 guys for the entire development of this game? No matter what happens if this game ends on making them millions of dollars, God forbid, it's just going to be 2 people behind the helm. You're going to have to invest more of your money and resources to make the game better as the time goes on. So again, like I don't have that much sympathy for you anymore if you're just a small dev team that refuses to use the money that the game sold for to or at the very like just scale based on your dev team. If you're 2 small amateur developers, don't come up with this huge content update. Or at least be ready when you drop it. They don't have to do this because they're a small dev team. They could get a bigger dev team. Or just not do what they're doing if they have just 2 people working on it. I don't think they're forced to do this, put it that way. I don't know what the sales are for this game, but I imagine it'd be enough money to hire at least a 3rd developer or somebody else to work on this. I don't think with the sales that they've made on this game that they're still on a shoestring budget. I think like some quality assurance and playtesting after this update would have been a long way. Because again, like the stuff that they had to hotfix are stuff that any guy who playtested for like 2 hours could have told you. And like some of them are like major game breaking type stuff. Why didn't anybody fix this before it came out, you know? Put it this way, the first 2.5 hours, like I had the 2.5 hour stream of this game, the update came out a day after. So it wasn't even like day of the update. A day after. And how many glitches or just game breaking or unbalanced things I've found within those 2 hours. It's insane. And I think if you want to compete, especially now in the video game industry, yeah, I'm sorry, but you gotta have to. I think the tolerance, the patience for that type of stuff is much lower than it was back then. You really gotta step up your game. There's so many games on the market nowadays, and it's so hard to grab somebody's attention and keep it. When I played on Factory, I only managed to stable 20 FPS, but I can't even get that in my bunker. Actually, I don't think I really had too much of a hard time running Factory, ironically. But there's like no real explanation for it. I'll go into my settings and try lowering, which I shouldn't have to do with the amount of money I put on this computer. And if that still doesn't fix anything, then I don't know. And then the only other explanation was that I'm building this massive bunker, so there's a lot of loose items on the ground I use for decoration. Plus a lot of stuff I dropped there. But even still, it's like I'm a solo player. Like, they're not prepared to have a bunker that's fully kitted out with like multiple people. And even then, it's like if I leave that bunker, come here. Like that map should, in theory, be degenerated, and this one here is now your current focus. That doesn't explain like why I have frame drops outside my bunker. So like I don't know. I just there's no rhyme or reason for when my frames drop. Like I should have more than 60 FPS right now. That already is something that's really sad. But then like getting dropped to like 15 frames, 20 frames, it's like this is unacceptable. On their Discord server, someone suggested making each map larger, and they considered it, but I haven't the faintest idea how they pull that off. Like, they can't even optimize it. Why would they make it larger? I don't know if... There's a lot of good stuff here, and I have no interior space for it. I don't know if making the maps larger is actually something that they should do. I think it's fine. I mean, do you like how big do you want the map to be if you're already on a timer, right? Is this new? I don't remember seeing this shit. Well, I don't know if this is new. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I mean, I want each map to feel like an open world. But the problem is, you're on a timer, right? So like the larger the map will be, the harder it is for you to run back to your bunker in a certain amount of time. Like if there was no time-based thing, then sure, make the maps as large as they can be. But if you're gonna sit there and go, I want this to be like an open world type thing, well, how much of the open world are you going to be exploring if you could only explore a fraction of the map under like a timer of like what 5 to 10 minutes or whatever? So like, just game design like philosophy wise, I don't really see why they would make a map larger if you're already under time constraints to explore it. If there was no time restraint on it, then yeah, sure, I guess like go for it, make an open world concept type of map, but it's not what the game is really designed around. I want a more degree of variance. Like the whole like the sell in the game is that it's a quote unquote new biome or new map each day, and that at least for the bunker, certain areas are like randomly generated. But I don't think like the item distribution, the furniture, I don't know how to say like obviously like the item distribution is random, quote unquote, but like the furniture placements, the enemy placements, all that's like it's predetermined. It's all fixed. So like every map except for like the bunker, where I think like some of the rooms are randomly generated like that, or like shut off or open, depending. Aside from that, like the other biomes are pretty much like exactly the same, except for what items you'll get from looting containers or enemies. Like, so I would much rather have a map that's more randomly generated, or furniture's layouts are different, the enemies are different, or the loot containers are in different spots. There's more anomalies, whatever, to travel through that are like more roguelite, I guess, in a sense. Like that to me would be more interesting, and probably they'd be better off doing than just making a larger map. Did I not already place one of these here? Am I just losing my mind? Did I not save before I left the game? I thought I did. I'm pretty sure I put a. Did I not put already a crate here? So maybe when I reloaded, I didn't save the game. I don't know. I thought I remembered like sorting this inventory out already. Yeah, I most definitely I must have messed up. I thought I saved the game before I reloaded. I guess I didn't. Big yikes. Yes, but they have to be done right. For instance, those frozen beams can't be avoided, and if they don't fix it, they'll end up destroying some structures. Frozen beams? I'm not really sure. I know what that's about. Frozen beams. I think that's like kind of implied anyways. Has to be done right. Like, obviously. The problem is, it's like, at this point, they haven't done much in the way of giving me much faith that it will be done right. They can't even get this right. They fixed this and said, oh, the dwarves can roam around now. So I have to go to the dwarf, tell them to let roam. But then if I reload the save or I come back from the bunker, they're right back to their positions, like they're stationary again. Like, how are you gonna hotfix something, tell me it's fixed, and then it's like halfway fixed, not even fully fixed? So if you went out of your way to hotfix something or patch something, and it's still not even and out of your way to advertise that you hotfixed it, why wouldn't you have like actually fixed it 100%? I don't know, man. It's just embarrassing, if you ask me. My main frustration is just like a lack of basic fundamentals of game design with this game. Not even just game design, but also like programming wise, it's just baffling some of the decisions they've made. And if you want to, again, the blame on that they're two amateurs developers, it's like, well, they should recognize that and maybe don't have as high of ambitions as if you were a big, non-amateur studio. Maybe optimize your game, balance the game, fix some of the glaring glitches and quality of life things that you should improve upon before you decide to make a major content update and introduce 5 mutants right off the bat. Introducing 5 mutants just out of the blue, out of nowhere already, is like, to me, again, small dev studio, just 2 guys. It's kind of unexpected. Like, really, like you should slow drip that. Like the major complaint I have about this update is you're adding a new biome and putting 5 new mutants, and you, as far as I could tell, because I didn't see them in any other biome or any other map, you put all 5 mutants and you front loaded them all onto this one new biome. I would have much rather preferred, like, every 2 weeks or so, here's a new mutant, because then you have time to fine tune it, see what works and what doesn't. Like, throwing this major content update out there, it's very difficult for you to like respond to the feedback of the community, because there's so much that the community has to evaluate and give you their feedback on. If it's just 2 devs working on it, there should have been like a every 2 weeks, maybe every 3 weeks, there's a small drip content update. It's not as flashy as going, whoa, we got a major update to bring everybody in. But if you're gonna do that, then I think that you should have play tested the major update. I don't think that's a big ask. But right now, the game just feels like, here's 5 new mutants, but you can only experience it on this biome, which is fine if the game literally wasn't, you have a random pool of biomes that will spawn to you each day. So if you wanted to experience that new update, you're going to have to get lucky on the biome, or just keep reloading save after save after save until you finally get the new biome. And then all the interesting content, for the most part, is on this one particular biome. And that really isolates and makes the rest of the biomes feel even shittier. It's like, why am I going to go to this biome now? This is the new hit thing. You know what I mean? Like, if they had taken one of the mutants, 2 of them, how many other mutants, and started putting them in the other biomes, it would have made the other biomes a lot more interesting. I think they put too much focus on making this biome, like, this grand epic. And ask other people who've played, they take one step out of the bunker into this new biome. God forbid they don't have a silenced weapon. They shoot at an enemy. Next thing you know, 50,000 new enemies come out of the woodwork. Exploding tanks. Enemies that if you shoot them, they explode into 2. And then if you shoot those, they explode into 4. They even put bandits on that map. It's just a smorgasbord of just enemies assaulting you. And especially in a game where your spawn point, like, say I was getting attacked right here, like if I was on the warehouse map, is exploding tanks. Like, you can see it on my previous stream. When, like, I was shooting at the exploding tanks, like 2 or 3 of them followed. The enemies that you shoot at, the graphs, were all flooding this tunnel. So I had to fall back. I was like, I'm going to get absolutely destroyed here. I fell back, and they had nothing in place to kind of prevent this from happening. So you go back outside. There's like a split second, and then all the enemies that were here, they spawn in again, and now you're kind of like blocked from getting out of here. Like, that's a big issue. I don't understand how they thought that front-loading so many new mutants, especially close to the edges of the spawn, and then having it kind of act like a bunker where if you take a shot, like, almost every enemy on the map beelines to that direction. It would maybe make more sense in the bunker, since they want that to be the late game area, and at the same time you're shooting indoors. I get that, but like, how many of the outdoor biomes do you take a shot at somebody, like a bandit, and only like the bandits nearby are alerted? And granted, there's some areas, like if I take a shot where the crawfish are, sometimes the crawfish will come from like halfway across the map, but it's nothing like the warehouse. There's just way too much going on. Where if I take a step out of the bunker, I shoot something at the warehouse, 4 tanks come at me, and what makes it worse is the enemy where you shoot 1 and then 2 come out, and then, like, it just becomes so, you're getting swarmed. You're absolutely getting swarmed. And as far as I know, there's no scaling for enemies, depending on how many people you have in the server. Granted, I mostly play this game solo, but it's overwhelming as a solo player. Like, if they had some scaling where there was less enemies, with less people on the server, then that'd be one thing. But me coming out here, taking a shot at a tank and having 4 of them come out, and then 3 or 4 of these graphed enemies where if you shoot them, 2 come out, and then shoot another one. So every graphed enemy is essentially like 8 enemies. It's just too much, man. It's too much. I would have loved to explore the warehouse, but it's like, it's near impossible in the state that it's in right now. And again, this is something that I discovered as just a regular person who plays the game. in like the first two, not even first 2.5, like within like the hour. As soon as I got to that warehouse map, which I think might have taken me like 45 minutes to an hour for it to randomly spawn without reloading saves. As soon as I got there, I noticed that issue. I was like, what is going on here? I'm being absolutely swarmed by enemies here where I really shouldn't have. But I really don't understand the addition of bandits there. And I didn't see, like, I was getting chased by bandits, the other mutants. I'm like, why are the bandits not fighting with the other mutants? Why does it feel like everything is out to kill me when these mutants don't care that there's bandits by them? It's just really odd. Of course, it has to be done gradually because the same problem with the crayfish will happen. Crayfish are the worst enemies in the game. Drain your sanity if you look at them, then how are you supposed to kill them? And I'm pretty sure they take like reduced damage to ranged weapons, so you have to melee them. So I have to stand there and melee a crawfish for God knows how long and have my insanity drained immediately. And the fact if you take a shot in the outdoor area, all of them will come chasing you down from like halfway across the map. In theory, the game is supposed to be difficult, but they go about it very clumsy and making it frustrating rather than challenging and fun. The whole, I guess, like difficulty debate. The point of contention for the difficulty for me is there's two ways of going about it, and more often than not, game dev studios go about it the wrong way. The wrong way is simply just looking at it from X's and O's numerical aspect of just, okay, how to make the game more difficult. They add more HP to the enemy. We add more enemies. We make your HP threshold, blah, 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 blah. And there's already a hardcore mode in this game already. So I'm not really on board of like, this game is supposed to be difficult. It doesn't... If your game already has a hardcore mode, then you're telling me that your normal mode isn't that difficult to begin with. That's why you're implementing a hardcore mode, or the fan base wanted a hardcore mode to actually make it more difficult. So I'm not totally sold on like the normal mode of this game being all that difficult. But if you're telling me that this is the way they go about making it more difficult, it's difficult out of frustration, these unfairness about how difficult it is, as opposed to it actually being rewarding and challenging. If you're doing it by X's and O's, if we're adding more enemies, we're making the enemies have more HP, we're swarming you, we're doing all that type of stuff, as opposed to going, okay, there are certain mechanics that you have to utilize in order to kill said enemy. There's certain weapons you have to go about. There's certain movements that you have to do. Rather than challenging the player and overcoming the obstacle, you're just putting in arbitrary obstacles that are literally like the player that can't really play around. I can't utilize a game mechanic to overcome a difficulty if the difficulty is we have more HP on the enemy. Okay, so I just gotta make more ammo. Wow, the game is that much more difficult. Now I have to waste another 30 seconds offloading magazines of ammunition into an enemy. So. Aeroplane in the bunker? There's an airplane in the bunker? I'm sort of trying to figure out what the hell this... This has to be like I wouldn't be surprised at the final version of this game that you're supposed to find on every biome some kind of helicopter part, and then the actual ending of the game is you like repairing this helicopter, using it, and taking off. Because there's no other reason to put this helicopter here, unless that was their goal. Like there has to be something involved with this helicopter. They could have taken their time with the update and actually just like kind of fleshed out more of the lore, more of the story. Because I'm still kind of at a loss of what the hell's going on. They just now hotfixed the issue of there not being an audio cue sometimes when the bomber comes and hits you. Do you know how, like, again, embarrassing I would feel as a dev if it took them that long to address the issue of an audio cue not being able to play, especially something associated with it, something to be able to one-hit kill you? Think about how dumb that is. They didn't address that sooner. Like, we're gonna implement a mechanic in which something can kill you in one shot, but we added an audio cue, right? So you can identify that and hide. Sure, that's fine. But then if you take away that audio cue, not even 100% of the time, 50% of the time, so now you're trained to associate that audio cue with the bomber plane. I'd argue that's worse than not hearing the audio cue at all, for like 0% of it. Because now you're already accustomed to hearing that audio cue and going, okay, the bomb's coming, I have to hide. You'd be better off not hearing it at all, so that you're just always constantly on the lookout for that plane. So you get the worst of both worlds in that sense. Or like you can't, like you have like a false sense of security, thinking that like the audio cue is gonna play when the bomb hits, but you'll never know for sure, because some of the time you don't get the audio cue at all. So that's a major flaw that should have been addressed a lot sooner. So I think probably the major issue with the developers is priority. They don't know how to prioritize certain things. And as cool as it is to listen to community feedback and go, oh, we want to add these 5 new mutants because the community really suggested it, that's fine, Andy, but I think you should address some of the issues first before you decide, hey, we're going to make this major content update. That's all I'm saying. I think that they really should prioritize fixing a lot of the base foundation of the game before adding more on top of it. Like, if your cake is lopsided, don't be adding more frosting to it. I lost my 50 shilling hardcore run just because of that. The plain audio didn't play and I just blew up on a phone. And yeah, legitimate. Like, that. Think about like every game-breaking glitch or bug or annoying thing that should be fixed if your developer was competent, and now magnify that by having a hardcore save. So like every complaint that I have right now, some people could say is maybe overblown, but at the same time, tell that to the hardcore players. tell it to their saves absolutely, like their runs dying to just game dev incompetency. You shouldn't even have a hardcore mode if you can't even nail that right. You know what I mean? If you can't even fix the audio associated with a one-hit kill mechanic, you shouldn't have a hardcore mode to begin with. Well, that's just super annoying. So they need to prioritize better, hands down. As cool as it is to want to make new mutants or new biomes and release new content to people, you gotta fix some of the issues first. Like that audio glitch is a huge one. Because I remember that I think that happened to me when I first started playing the game. Like I walked around and just died with no reason. And it took me a while for me to figure out, oh yeah, a plane did that. And luckily, like, I'm more lenient when it comes to games. But imagine, like, it's so vital in today's age, especially with this generation's attention span being so short. You absolutely have to have a great first impression for your game. And if your first impression, for whatever reason, there's even a small chance that that first impression can be ruined because of an audio cue glitch that could be fixed in a matter of what, minutes, hours. It should be somewhat simple to fix that. That can ruin the experience for somebody. Like that could cost you a sale. Like somebody can refund it. I remember seeing reviews talking about how annoying that was. I think somebody actually claimed they refunded the game because the audio cue, not only was it like 50-50 that it would happen, but it was super loud. Like you need to quality assurance test your stuff out there. And it was so hard to get like that customer back. Like if you made a bad first impression on your game, that first impression lasts forever. And the chances of that person coming back after you fixed it is like next to nothing. Think about how many games had a horrible first impression, and even to this day, they could try to tell you that they fixed all those issues. There'll still be people going, nah, I'm not coming out to play that game. No Man's Sky completely completely overhyped everybody, stole them a bill of goods. That game ended up sucking on its initial launch, and people to this day still clown on it and refuse to play it, even though I've actually heard some really good things about it, that they've kind of fixed a lot of the issues. It's like it's too late, too little, too late. Like it's much better to take the time to come out with a great first impression than to have a bad one and then try to patch it up later. And I know it's like what I'm saying sounds like really basic, but I have to say it because obviously people, the devs still make this mistake. So like, as much as you want to sit there and go, okay, like, no shit, Captain Obvious. It's like, well, obviously it isn't obvious if these developers are still making this mistake. You're right. I shouldn't have to be talking about like game developers doing this. It should already be done. Why do I have to reiterate that the most basic of game design should be implemented? And the only reason I have to is because it wasn't. I feel like hardcore mode is the best one so far because there's a real objective and not starving to death and you get to go and explore the worlds. I haven't played hardcore, so I can't really speak about it too much. There's definitely, no matter what game there is, the hardcore mode definitely changes the way you play, and for some it's like a game within a game at that point. The stakes are a lot higher, and you actually have to think more thoroughly about what you do before you do it. But I wouldn't necessarily chalk that up to the game like being responsible for that level of enjoyment. I think it's just inherent with having a hardcore mode in any game, really. But one thing they can do to separate themselves from just that basic notion is if they actually implement a lot of cool mechanics associated with wanting you to play hardcore mode. But I'm not gonna give them like a lot of credit when just having a hardcore mode in any game essentially it isn't like the enjoyment you get from it is simply because it's a hardcore mode as opposed to like the game that's really going out of their way to let shit out as if it's I don't know what I'm talking about at this point. I'm just so tired. Also, is there two plant? What the? I just get double bombed? I was literally about to say I think that the planes bombing happens too frequently. And as soon as I was about to say that, I look up and I see two planes. I don't get... I don't know. I guess the ongoing theory as to why the bomber planes are bombing you is because they maybe assume that everybody down here is already like undead. I still don't know what's going on. It's just a viral infection. Like there's obviously zombies, but there's like radiation mutation that I guess spreads. And they worry about it being contagious, so they're trying to contain it, and they're just setting off fire plane, bomber planes to come over here and like eradicate it. But also, it's like I wouldn't be surprised if they like the military just doesn't give a shit about the civilians because we've already seen it. Like the military literally could give two shits about citizens. So, but they supposedly there's UN now. There's United Nations forces or something implemented in this game. I've yet to see the actual army as opposed to like just zombies. So like I have no idea. And the sad part is I'm at the like I likely won't be able to discover these new things by not only just the virtue of me hoping that RNG will give me this new biome for me to explore it, but also by virtue of being able to actually explore the biome because of how difficult it is to navigate it without just absolutely getting swarmed by all these new mutants. So like as much as I'd love to come out with a video where I explain all the new stuff that's in the game, I likely won't be able to experience it quick enough for me to get like a relevant video out by the time that the update comes out, because it would require me to actually get access to the map both like RNG wise and also like being able to survive the difficulty that is that biome. So. What would you like to implement in the game? I mean, again, let's just focus on optimizing it first, and then we could talk about eventually what we could add. In terms of what we can add, I'd have to think about it. Kind of preoccupied not dying here. Not really great at multitask, at deep thinking as I'm playing said game. Otherwise, you're just gonna get footage of me like aimlessly wandering around as I'm ranting about something. So, give me a second here. Speaking of planes, on factory, there's a small chance a plane will drop. Yeah, I've seen that in the patch notes. That's way too vague for me to kind of understand. Because then they also like threaten you with like a threat of artillery. Because let me just look like, for example, let me bring up the patch notes here. Where is it? There we go. So this would be patch note 4. New threat. Grad. The UN is trying to deliver some supplies to their maggots, but the Zaslavi armed forces will not tolerate it. Do not try to reach enemy supply crates or you will be struck by artillery. So that's like a word salad. There's already a lot going on in that sentence that you have to kind of imply or understand. It's not just straight, pure cut, like, here's a new biome. Here's 5 new mutants. We got 50 new items. Like, that's self-explanatory. Now you're telling me, like, I have so many questions here. Grad. The UN, what is grad? The UN is trying to deliver some supplies to their maggots. Who is the UN's maggots? The United Forces? I guess this is written in like, from a whose perspective this is written from. You would think it's Slavi, whatever, the armed forces, but it's not, because they won't refer to themselves in third person. So it says the UN is trying to deliver some supplies to their maggots, which I can only assume is me, like the human population that's still left, the civilians. Like, that I can understand. But so like my meeting, my mind goes, this is written in this perspective of the army. But then it says, but the Slavic armed forces will not tolerate it. Well, if you're speaking from the perspective of the Slavic armed forces, why would you then like use third person? Anyways, whatever. So I'm led to assume that the UN is trying to deliver us supplies. I'm the maggot, and now the armed forces are trying to prevent that from happening. Which, okay, sure, but up until this point, the only time we've seen the armed forces is through like flashback anomaly. I wouldn't consider them cutscenes. Like, that's the only time we've seen them. And then like there's zombies, who I presume are like armed forces, but not human. The only humans you see are bandits, so I have no idea. Then it says, do not try to reach enemy supply crates or you will be struck by artillery. So what do you mean enemy supply crates? If the UN is on our side and dropping crates for us, why does it say do not try to reach enemy supply crates? And then it implies that you'll be struck by artillery, which I've yet to see in this game, other than like the bomber planes. Is that what they mean by artillery? So why don't they just like specify that it's a bomber plane coming? Like, it's in that one patch note, like bulletin point alone, I had like 5 or 6 different questions. You never really want to have a bulletin post of your patch notes where a bulletin post makes the player base like confused up to the point where they have 6 questions associated with one implementation of the patch. Like,
Опа, мальчик, ты не потеряешь сюда.
in terms of what I want them to implement, I would probably say a story mode, like an actual story, more fleshed out. I don't need audio logs. I don't need like memos I can read. I don't need my character to have a voice. I don't need other characters to have a voice. I think it's not out of the realm of expectation to have a story that is told to you rather than spoken at you. So if they were somehow artistic enough to convey some kind of storyline progression throughout the game, that's something I'd want to see. But I'm not demanding for it right now, because there are way more pressing issues to attend to. I'm sure they'd love to add more content that isn't story related to the game first. The story is something that I would assume that they would actually finish towards the end of the game's life cycle. I don't expect a lot to be done about the story until like the game is like actually almost finished. They're not finishing the story before they add like more to the updates, so. We'll just have to figure out how it works. Which is fine, but like you could still make the patch note make more sense. Not as confusing. I'm not asking you to lay it out for me one for one, but just have it typed out in text that I don't just like scratch my head over trying to understand it. Like, you don't have to do like these really cringy like story perspective deliveries on these lines, calling, saying they're maggots or the UN's doing. Just simply put, the UN are dropping supplies for you, but the Slavsami armed forces will try to stop you with their artillery. That's way more concise than what they wrote. Drink some water. Is my voice here? Case in point, I've streamed this for just coming up on 2 hours now. I've still yet to see the factory map biome. You front-loaded almost all of your new content relying on one biome in a game where you can't even choose the biome you see. And by adding a new one, you've made the biome pool larger, so the chances of you actually getting that biome are actually smaller now. So, in the near future, what I'd like to see them implement is some sort of way where at the very least you can choose between two biomes. Like maybe you approach a split in the bunker. In the bunker you can either go left or right. And there's two biomes you're able to select from. Which they should implement. They should have implemented it now, but they should definitely do that in the future if they plan on adding more biomes. There has to be a way for you to at least narrow down biome pool. Otherwise, if it ever gets to a point where, God forbid, there's like 10 or 15 biomes, and you're having like a majority of your content exclusive to certain biomes, it's going to be such a pain for you to get to where you want to go and explore to where you want to explore and grab the items where you want to grab them from if you don't have a choice in the matter and you're literally just it's up to RNG. Otherwise, you're just going to have a series of people reloading their save constantly to get the biome they want, which is not fun for anybody, as the dev or as the player, for that to be the way to play the game. And again, like, this is like really simple advice. These are changes that I'm not a game developer by any means, but I would think that these are easier things to implement. This shouldn't be out of your scope of game design or game coding or programming. You should be able to implement a way you can choose which biome you select or like you load into. So, and I'm not telling them to give me access to every single biome I want to get to. At the very least, have two selections. That's it. That shouldn't be that difficult to implement. I still don't understand how these things work. I read that they're supposed to be aggroed onto you when it rains. Raining, he's not aggroed onto me. Oh, spoke too soon. It doesn't make any sense, really. It's the first time I got Swamper Moss. I killed like 5 of those things yesterday. I didn't get a single item drop from them. And that's so weird when you're used to like guaranteed a Swamper armor in every kill. And it's even worse now because I'm almost like 99.9% positive they reduced all the sell prices for these mutant creature parts. And if that's the case, they did not put that in the patch notes. There's like some hidden like debuffs or nerfs that they did that I could only assume that they knew the fan base would be upset about, and that's why they didn't put it in the patch notes. Why else would you like hide that from your player base, you know? At the very least, they could have said, oh, we rebalanced or balanced out the prices, the sale prices for certain items at the shop. They didn't even make mention of that. So they couldn't even get their patch notes correctly. There's some stuff that they changed they just did not want to tell you about. What I think about the weapons in the game? I'd say the one good thing that they did for weapon balancing is that they made it so you can block with your melee. I'd say the one good thing they did for this update in terms of weapon balancing is allowing you to block with melee weapons, because you reach a certain part of the game where I think they even drop bombs. You reach a certain part of the game where like there's absolutely zero reason to use a melee weapon. Like as soon as you get access to a good gun, then you're just using that gun from now on. Like watch the last 2 streams I've had. When I've ever really used a melee weapon, it just doesn't happen. So they should. I don't know how these plague doctors work. Like they don't aggro anymore. They just the plague doctors used to be like the most aggro bandit ever. This thing would be shooting at you from across the map. Now they don't even care if you shoot at them. Like these things care more about watching their buddy get shot at than the plague doctors do. So I don't know. So I was saying like the melee weapons and whatnot, like you're just using guns for the most part. So by virtue of them adding more enemies and being swamped, now like ammo is more of a hot commodity to want to conserve. So now I can see myself wanting to use more melee weapons, especially now that I can block with it. So they implemented some changes in the game to kind of enforce using melee weapons, which is good. But at the same time, it's like you'd still would rather use a gun. Like you're always going to want to prioritize a ranged weapon. The only time that you would use a melee weapon over a ranged one is if you're either forced to, or the melee weapon is inherently stronger than the range. Like most games will make a melee damage higher because there's more risk reward tied to it. So you're more incentivized to use a melee weapon. Or they make like the ammo really scarce, where you save the ammo for like a higher tiered enemy. But as of right now, being able to manufacture your own ammo, I don't care how weak the enemy is, it's getting shot at. And like, this is again from a solo perspective and a non-hardcore perspective. So take that opinion of which you will, but also like the repair cost to clean the guns is whatever. They're having to repair the gun. Let me put it this way: when I first had to repair my gun, I was repairing it earlier than before it would be destroyed. So I thought this would revert back to a broken gun. But as it turns out, you can literally just shoot this thing until it breaks, and then just simply repair it at any point and get it back to its full durability and continue using it. And it takes a while for you to go through the gun to the point where it requires a gun cleaning kit. So, like the upkeep and the ammo for the gun doesn't really make it so you have to conserve using said gun. And because, as far as I know, the melee weapons don't do that much, if any, damage really, or it's worth using more so than the gun. That just makes it so, like the whole game, you just want to use the best gun available. Now, I like what they did where they sorted out like different ammunition types. So you're more amped to say, like, it's better that there's so many different ammo types that you can craft or collect, as opposed to just be funneled into one bullet type, so that every gun uses the same bullet and you just choose simply the best gun. I like how there's shotguns, there's AK, you typically want to find the best gun that utilizes that specific ammo type. You're not bringing in the same gun or the same. You're not bringing in like two guns that use the same ammo type. It's not, just not a good idea. It's just stupid. But so inherently, you want to make like maybe 2 or 3 weapons that use that ammo type, and have one like really basic, really beginner, and then have one like more intermediate. The damage increase steps up, and then have like a late game gun. And I think they did a decent enough job, kind of saving the better guns in the later maps, and giving you like, I think in the beginning of the game it's mostly just pistols. But ironically now, the funny thing is finding pistols is more difficult at this point for me than finding like the other like late game higher end rifles. But that's my take on guns, weapons right now. Is like you don't really use melee weapons. You're more prioritized to use the range stuff. You want like the best in slot range weapon. The thing is, you can only bring 2. It's not worth bringing other, like you can easily have like what 3 or 4 different like main weapons, but you can only have 2 equipped at the same time, and like swapping them out, whatever, is just too annoying to really carry like 4. And then like the ammo types too, like magazines that you have to carry. It's just not really feasible to have like 4 main weapons. As of right now, you bring your 2 main weapons. They're two different ammo types with the magazines, and then you bring up a backup Kippers, because you can slot that. You can't hotkey any weapon unless it's like a smaller weapon like the Kippers or the axe. You can't hotkey unless it's equipped to your actual primary or secondary. So what that does is it forces you to use 2 main weapons of like 2 different ammo types to bring a backup Kippers and have like a smaller melee weapon here, and then you can hotkey all that stuff. And the incentive now to use the VAL is at an all-time high. So before, because everyone would say like use a science weapon when you go into the bunker, so you can effectively clear it out and kind of work at your own pace. But for me, the strategy was always, well, I have like a lot of ammo. I'm just gonna offload the AK immediately and have all the enemies funnel towards me, take them out. So maybe it would take me 2 or 3 minutes before I actually get to explore the bunker. But after wiping out all the enemies, I feel a lot more comfortable walking around the bunker, knowing that like most of them are pretty much already dead. I can't really do that for the warehouse, so there's more incentive now to use the VAL, the silence rifle. And the thing is, it's the only silence rifle. So now this becomes like the god gun. You need this to explore like the late game stuff, and there's really no alternative, because as soon as you switch to a non-silence weapon, you're alerting everybody and everything around you. So this just becomes like the god mode weapons. I need to repair this actually. I need to find some kits here. I saw a PKM LMG in the game's first trailer. That's usually how it goes for games, especially in their first trailers or iterations. They probably had that as like either a dev tool where they were testing it out, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, this gun's overpowered, we're not going to implement it until later, or not at all. There's tons of like early game footage or trailer footage of things that just will never implemented in the actual full release. So I mean, maybe the warehouse, but up until like the warehouse, I don't think there's really anything that would warrant you needing a light machine gun anyways. Yeah, those are the best weapons, the shotgun and then like the rifle. I prefer the AK over the VAL. I think the AK does more damage, right? Yeah. And there's more ammo in the magazine. Like the AK-74 is probably the best gun to just tear through enemies. But you can't really do that in a warehouse, because then you're just gonna get swarmed. So by default, the silence weapon is gonna be the best. And then obviously the most powerful shotgun is gonna be the best. still max weight. Oh my god. You don't even have to bring this to like a place to repair it. You literally just repair it on it. Like the whole gun cleaning kit, like the repair cost for the gun, to me just sounds so comical. It's either this should be better implemented or not implemented at all, in my opinion. It just feels like one more game mechanic that was lazily implemented, not really well polished. You need to be able to designate some of these slots for specifically magazines. I can't tell you how annoying it is to have to reorganize my magazines here. I'm back to like 17 frames there. Lovely. It's like, for being considered an advanced crafting bench, we really don't have a lot to craft. Your advanced crafting bench is the bench that allows you to craft 2 other crafting stations, a larger version of the small crop, a better version of a turbine, a better version of something like a car battery, essentially, a solar panel, a gas stove, which you can literally just pick up from the map, and repairing an exoskeleton, like having a military uniform turned into an exoskeleton. The advanced crafting bench really needs more crafting recipes. I would have thought that the new update would bring more. All I ended up doing was bring more crafting stations, or changing some of the recipes that were in the basic table and putting them into the new crafting stations. So. Right. Yeah, that would be the butcher's table. So another issue I had too with the game is that I needed to find a knife that was kind of obscure in order to craft this station. I think they shouldn't add like really obscure. There's already such a large array of random items that you can find throughout the game. I don't like how the butcher table, like an essential, I don't want to say essential, but like I don't like how a crafting table relies on having one really obscure item to craft it. Because it took me like almost 3 hours to find this knife and make this table. So here it is. More, in my opinion, terrible in balancing. this is how I can prove even further how embarrassing some of these mistakes are for these devs. So we already had 2 hot fixes. I'm assuming a third and fourth are probably coming on their way, either today or tomorrow. This right here, Twins Trophy. The crafted item is the board trophy. They use the same crafted items. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if I try to craft this if it gave me an actual board trophy as well. But that's already an error. I don't get how every trophy has, like the board trophy, the rat wolf trophy, all has like the design this way. But then like the deer trophy, the design is this way. It's much smaller. Doesn't really make much sense to me. But anyways, in terms of like balancing these items, so everything here takes like the head, essentially deer head to make the statue, boar head to make the statue, rat wolf head to make this one, Uverla head to make this one. But for the twins, you need a twins trophy. In order to make a twins trophy, you need the head. But why? Why wouldn't you just make the recipe the head? That makes 0 sense. So there's more of like a head scratcher there. That's not even like the worst part. Like I'm looking at some of these recipes and it's like the drop rate, they really neutered. And if I had to guess how many rat wolf kills I would actually need to get the stuff I would have to get to make this, honestly feel like I'd have to kill at least a dozen to like 20. Because if you just operated under the assumption that there's a 50-50 chance that you got one of these parts, you already have to kill 16 of these. And then what if you end up getting a dupe? Like what if you get 4 rat wolf hides out of your kills instead of, and you only got 4 rat wolf heads? So like, just by virtue of that alone, by adding 2 different parts that you would need, and not even having a guarantee of one of those parts dropping, very easily this could take you like 20 kills to try to get this thing crafted. So, and that's just a rat wolf. Like those things could be easily, or like relatively easily killed. I don't know what it would take to kill the true Virula. I've been attempted to do so, but you'd have to kill a lot of them to get this statue. Also, I need to show you something since you're here. Like, I need, like, not a second opinion, but I need someone else to see this and tell me if I'm crazy or not. But I'm almost certain they reduced the sale prices for these creature birds. I'm pretty sure they reduced the bread price. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Were you not able to sell a loaf of bread for 20? Now it's 7. That's huge. That's such a huge decrease. Imagine, like, there's already a trophy, like, achievement associated with earning 1,000,000 rubles or whatever. Now, good luck. Because I know a lot of people who are doing, like, bread factories. That's a almost 75% decrease in profit now. And it's... You sell a wheat for 1, right? How much wheat does it take to make a loaf of bread? 3 or 4? So now you're like making said bread only gives you 3 more rubles. You might as well sell the wheat. I feel for any of those people who have like a massive bread farm. They've completely just cut below the knees there on that one. But then there's also this. Make sure I'm on sell. Boar head's worth 10 rubles. A boar head. Killing a boar gives you 3 more rubles. And I don't even think it's a guarantee that you get a boar head anymore. Killing a boar and maybe getting lucky enough to get its boar head, selling it would only give you 3 more rubles than if you just sold a loaf of bread. Is it worth wasting the ammunition to kill a boar for a chance at a head that could give you 3 more rubles than a loaf of bread. That's just why. Why do they do this? And I know why they didn't put it in the patch notes, because they knew people were going to be pissed off about this. This is terrible. 10 rubles for a boar head? Look at the game brick. I could sell a game brick for 9 rubles. They completely nerfed making money off of getting creatures. The worst thing they did was implement new creature parts. I don't see the point of random monster parts. I don't see the point of them adding more. Like, why would you add 2 different variants now of the same monster part? It kind of made sense for the deer, because the deer head's a trophy and the deer hide could be used on a recipe. But if you're literally just clogging up more things to sell to the trader, and you're having that like RNG independent, like it's not a guaranteed drop, so now you're muddying the waters of like the drop table. It's just unnecessary. You didn't need to, there was no point of adding, like, especially pre-existing creatures. Why would we need swamper moss? Its only purpose is to sell. Same thing with the arm you can cook. Well, I guess in that regard it makes sense, because at least you get 2 items where one's just purely something to sell and one you can use to craft. So that one makes more sense. But did we really need twins' feet with the head? Mr. Firmino, how are you? The rat wolf hide, again, makes sense because you can craft it into something, right? But look at, like, crab caviar, crab eye, crab leg. 3 different items that solely exist to be sold. The crab bones. 2 items, again, that don't have crafting recipes yet. I guess you can make the excuse that maybe they'll add some, you can craft these into something later. It's like, how am I supposed to know that? I'm just assuming, I'm just basing my critique of what's given to me at this point in time. And at this point in time, I can't use this to craft. I can only use this to sell. And I don't see why I would need multiple different monster parts, especially now that you've nerfed the drop table on them. So, oh, this is terrible. Like, I've even gone through the rest of this list. Like, I'm pretty sure they nerfed these prices. A deer head's 15 rubles. A deer skin's 18. Why would you ever sell this when you can just craft this into something? Or you put it on the wall. 18 rubles is nothing. A piece of raw venison's 20. So now the raw venison now is the same price that the loaf of bread used to be. And even like the big ticket items now, like a twin's head, worth nothing. The rat wolf head is worth more than the twin's head. I would have thought the twin would have been like a harder enemy to defeat, or supposedly would look like a harder enemy to defeat, and that would be worth more. I'm pretty sure the twins head maybe used to be worth more than the rat wolf hide. I used to never kill rat wolves because they weren't worth much compared to the twins. And it's like nothing here even sells for like more than what, 70 up until you start to get the warehouse stuff. And even then, it's like it's stuff that you could sell for more than 70 rubles are few and far between. I like the fact that they actually finally added something that can be dropped from the screamers and the ghouls. But why is a ghoul part worth 120? They're so easy to kill. Think about how many bullets it would take to kill a ghoul compared to a rat wolf. And you get like half the price, essentially. Like, it doesn't really make much sense to me. The balancing for these things really need to get adjusted again. Like, they should have never nerfed all that stuff. And the only excuse that you could think of why they would do, oh my god, my frames. The only excuse that you can make as to why they lowered those prices, it's just like basic economics. Like, you would at least think, okay, maybe the buy, the cost to buy things would also be reduced. That's just not the case. As far as I can remember, it's still 1,600 rubles for an SVD, 1,400 to repair that, 1,200 fit. Like I said before earlier in the stream, if you didn't already build these weapons, I feel bad for you, because now you're gonna have to buy them with in a version of the game where it's much harder to earn money now. That's it for me. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Did I ask? I can't remember. I'm so busy into like rant mode, like just assessing this game's update. I'm on one right now. Yeah, like I don't think they reduced any of the buy prices. And like another point of contention, where I was like, I used to say this a lot before this update. There's no point in me collecting a lot of the scrap and junk and selling it. Like I can understand that they wanted that to be the method of which you can earn a lot of money, but at the same time, it's like nobody's picking up a game brick and selling it for 9 rubles. Nobody's gonna pick up a radio and sell it for only 20. Copper wires. Why would I ever pick this up and sell it for 5 rubles? Why would I ever waste my time? Think about anything else you could sell that's worth more than 5 rubles. How much easier that would be to haul over. This takes up 4 slots. I'm not sure how heavy it is, but like iron armor plate 11. Like these sell for nothing. Why would I pick up any of these? Homemade antenna, that takes up a large part of your inventory. 24 rubles, not worth it. And then they added some more junk items, but the old, like the new junk items that they added, still ain't worth shit. A motherboard for 11 rubles. This is like I can only assume like late game junk. So if I'm to understand or assume that this junk could all be found in the warehouse, why would I pick up this stuff and sell it for 11 rubles when like a game brick you can find on the earlier maps is only worth like 2 less? Just like doesn't make any sense, man. Portable radio station. 62. I can only imagine how big that is in the inventory. So like I was gonna say the main point of like maybe why the ghoul parts are worth more is because progression wise I think they want the bunker to be the late game area, which is quite funny in hindsight considering that the warehouse is probably like the most difficult area to get through, and that's supposed to be like an intermediate between the first biomes and the last one being the bunker. So that's probably why they have the ghoul worth the most, essentially, because that's supposed to be like a late game enemy. So I understand that from a game design point of like having that scale, where when you finally reach or play the game long enough to get to that biome, you should be rewarded and into selling something that's worth that. But it still doesn't make much sense to me in the sense that like the ghouls take so like you kill this thing in like 3 bullets. So it's just like there's a lot of things in the game I feel aren't worth doing. If you would just wait to play the game long enough to get past like 10 shinings, 5 shinings, 15 shinings, there's way better methods of doing something than what they've implemented here. And what that does is you just like clog a lot of stuff. So you add a lot of things in the game that are just like unnecessary or outclassed very, very quickly. Anyways, I have to eat because this character's stomach is literally growling every 3 seconds. I'd love to go take a look at more of those prices and just absolutely just lose my mind as to why they nerfed it so hard. But it's like, I can't believe they didn't even reduce the prices for the weapons. They literally just cut you below the knee and made earning money in this game way more difficult. And I understand them coming from like a game design point where they don't want guaranteed creature drops where you can sell those things for like hundreds of rubles every time to be your main money maker. But rather than, a lot of games do this for balancing, rather than nerf something to the ground, why don't you buff something else? If you're going to nerf something one way, buff something else. Make collecting junk more worth my while, worth my time. If you're going to nerf one avenue of revenue, why wouldn't you buff another? Especially if you wanted to take focus away from having your moneymaker be from creatures, why wouldn't you boost it into selling junk? I think that they've nerfed or remain unchained every way to make money in this game. The bread farm they've nerfed. So like the creature stuff they really nerfed because it's not also the fact that they lower those prices. It's that they don't even have guaranteed drops anymore.
Hell yeah!
Oh hell yeah!
I said, give me a hell yeah!
Oh hell yeah! What's up, Sakshan? Best stream alerts in the game. Available only on Twitch. You can follow me on Twitch in the... Oh my god, my comment's not even pinned. 1 second. In the pinned message...
Give me a hell yeah!
Oh, hell yeah.
I said give me a hell yeah!
Oh, hell yeah. And that's the bottom line. The Stone Cold said so. Anyways, in the pinned message on the YouTube chat, you can follow me on Twitch and deliver stream alerts such as those, if you're so inclined, or if you'd rather stay on the YouTube side of things, subscribing or hitting a like on the stream helps me out tremendously. Anyways, back to the rant. Is the update for this game. What was I talking about? The balancing is just way off. I can't get over the fact that they nerfed every revenue of earning cash in this game and didn't even have the courage to at least lower some of the prices, or have the courage to even announce that they did so in the patch notes. This is brutal. And I hope that for a dev team that listens to a lot of the community feedback, I hope that the community is bombarding them with that, and they address this balancing issue that I think they have. It's been 2.5 hours. I still haven't seen this warehouse map. It's brutal. You would think, for somebody who has over almost 300 shinings, that they would probably try to prioritize giving me the warehouse. A lot of games do this too. If they add a new biome, they, for like the first week or two, would increase the rate of you encountering said biome, at least for the week or two, just so players have an easier time experiencing what you've updated. But if you literally front load all your content into one biome, and that biome was dependent on, 2.5 hours of me just casually playing the game and not seeing it, it's such a pain, man. Such a pain. I think we're just gonna save the game and reload it. Like, this is like the only way. I could try to encounter the warehouse, unless I want to do another 2.5 hours of the stream and still not see it, so. You got the new map? We'll see if we get the new map. It's been almost 3 hours and I've yet to see the warehouse today.
Everything's coming up Millhouse.
It's just the most ill-timed stream alert every time. Frames are back at least. Let's go. Let's see if we get warehouse. And even then, it's like, good luck actually exploring it. But alerting the entire enemy. Spawns. Oh. This is still not warehouse. And there we go again. Reload the save. By the way, quick question. Any chances of 100 days solo challenge on Minecraft? I don't know. Any chance of you getting Java and playing on our own? How about that? There's no reverse card. How are you going to ask me if I want to do a solo challenge on Minecraft? What do you still haven't... when you know we want to get a realm going? And I've already done solo, I just never done like the hardcore, and I really don't have that much of an interest in doing like a hardcore challenge. There's like a million other games I'd rather do a hardcore challenge on than Minecraft, to be honest. I don't really see Minecraft as a hardcore survival challenge game. You would watch? Oh, that's nice. I wish others would too, though. I don't know how well that would do. I'd be willing to sacrifice like a bit of like my enjoyment or fun playing a game if I knew that it would translate decently well into success on other avenues on like YouTube and Twitch. But if I know that I'm not Probably not going to have a lot of fun on it, and it's probably not going to do well. It's very hard to sell that on, sell me on that. Also, you would watch regardless. You're like the most loyal fan here. Alright, but let's get a counter going here. So we already reset twice. So let's see. Should I do like a poll? Maybe I'll do a prediction. Anybody on the Twitch side of things can get some channel redemption points here if they guess correctly. I'm gonna do a prediction. Let's see. The prediction will be how many resets till warehouse. And the first outcome will say over 7 or under 7. Right now, we've done 2 resets. I'll give everybody a minute to vote on that. And then I guess if you are on the YouTube side of things, you can just type in chat your prediction. I'll also, just in case somebody is watching on YouTube TV, and I know it's more difficult for them to subscribe or type in chat, you bring out your phone and QR code scan that, you'll get the instant prompt to subscribe. In the meantime, all the prediction runs and the subscribe QR code is up, I will take a 1-minute bathroom break. I will BRB. All right, we are back. Nice. We got 1 new sub. We are close to 400. That would be great if we can achieve that sometime soon. All right, get rid of this sub square. Get back in the game. I'm a loyal ranger of the Night's Watch, Johnny, so I will be on the 7th. Directly on. You gotta go over under. You can just be on the 7th. You guys looking to bet green on the roulette table here. Okay, we already had 2 resets. Let's see. This will be the 3rd one. Oh, right away. Warehouse. Finally. I will pay out on the Twitch side of things. The under. Someone bet the under. Congratulations. We got it on the 3rd reset. We got warehouse mapped in the 3rd reset, but we couldn't get it within 2.5 hours of playing normally. Interesting. Okay, which side did we spawn in at? There's a board here. Interesting. Okay, let me just save this real quick. Because I don't have any faith I'll actually make it out here alive. I'd rather not lose my gears, so... Did that even save? Let's try to be somewhat covert about this. We can't take on all these enemies at once. Should use the silence weapon. Because, like, I eventually want to make a review on this update. I'd like to experience most of the day. What am I going to show? The bullet flinch. Weather area for now, rather than I get into all-out war. Let's see what the hell this leads me. How is he still hitting from there? Where's Hawkeye? Oh my god. Something alerted over here. I'd like to be able to at least explore most of this map before I come out with a video on it, but I mean, there's not much I can do if the game is really resisting me on that notion. Another military box with different style. Oh, I did not clear up my inventory before I decided to come here. That sucks. Something's going up. Are the bandits fighting with the tank, the flesh tank? I hear it screaming up there. Okay, you know, I really don't need this military box. It's fine. Just leave it there for now. Over here. This is such an annoying enemy. There's actually like a cool method in which you can kill these things, like if you throw a frag grenade or something, before they split. Be a lot easier to deal with these jabronis. Crazy shit going on above me. Oh, he's running. Aggro's kind of ridiculous too. Where's he running to though? Where'd that enemy even go? Where did what? How did that spawn from like? What the hell? The enemy was already dead. These things can break again? Oh. This was a glitch. Is this a crate I can pick up? No box. Thing in there, of course. I don't think I have enough ammo to really do much here. Why did only one split across? Oh, they're like stuck in the map. Alright. What? I couldn't shoot through the barricade? I don't know where those sounds are coming from. I definitely don't see the enemy whatsoever. See that guy though. It's so dark here. So I like how there's doors here that are barricaded from either side. You can only get through them if you end up on the other side of the door. It's nice. United North MRE. Wow, this is a pretty big ration. This would look good in my collection. So the UN has this uniform. What would they call that? Urban? Digital camera or something like that? What the? What? I don't understand how like the little ones turn back into like the big one. Okay. What's this all about here? So they've added like these new mushrooms, like these fungal growths. I wonder if that has anything to do with like the radiation or the spread of radiation. Mushroom spores or fungal spores. Oh my god, is that a spider web? Do I want to enter this tunnel? I have no more silence weapon ammunition. Is that bomb time? No frames right now. Can't see shit. Barely even aiming. Alright. Another UN guy. Energy bar. Taking on the stamina. Ooh, ton of plastic. We'll take that for sure. Now all these military boxes have been empty so far. The hell room is this? Yeah, what the hell? Ooh, it's a new storage box. Can I pick this up? No room for this thing. I like to bring it back to my base. Wait, there's like somebody in this tube, right? Nothing on him. Nothing on you. Now where the hell am I gonna end up? Do I dare want to get out of here? All these boxes have been empty. I'm like dead center of this warehouse now. Another storage box. I don't know how useful these things are. I think they're more like decorative, if anything. Which direction is the wall? That way. I don't know how long I've been up here for. I'm not sure when the siren's about to ring. Just wish my frames are a lot better. Not you. Dude, none of these boxes have anything in them. Another storage box. Looks like it's a med kit. Oh. There's like 3 of them so far. Is that guy coming down here from me? I hear footsteps. Oh, wow. Actually, go through these doors. say something cool in the down here, but looks like a facility here, power facility. Shit, crazy. There's just like nothing of actual substance to take back to the base. Glass, I don't need that. Rusty gas tank. This seems like something I would need. A quest item or something. That's interesting. Okay, what is taking up so much weight in this inventory? It's gonna be like all the scrap and stuff. Ugh. I really wish I cleaned out my inventory before coming here. Rusty gas tank. I don't know if that's just for decoration or if this is actually something I would need. Go ahead and close that door. Yeah, I just want to see how much the gas tank would weigh. See if it's even worth trying to make space for it. 15. Okay, what does it say? Rusty gas tank. Okay, so it's just cosmetic, looks like. At least they have that flavor text. I appreciate that. A ton of storage boxes. When they said they implemented 50 new items, I was hoping for a lot more interesting furniture, and I'm not really coming across too much of that. The same here. What the hell is that? Christmas tree? Yeah, I want a Christmas tree. Ooh, this is a nice cabinet too. I kind of want this stuff. Okay, let me just see how much everything weighs. Is that a chocolate Easter bunny? Yeah, we can make space for this. 5.8 kg is not bad. What was the other thing? The wood I really don't need one. No, wait. The cabinet. How much does the cabinet weigh? 10 kg? Yeah, I probably can pick that up. I'm thinking we make space for this. Take the Christmas tree with us. What's going on over here? Yeah, this very obviously looks like some kind of parkour room. The reward must be over here. If I could actually... I don't know if I can make this jump. Oh my god, I did it. Let's go. Stash. Nothing. That's another quarrel I have about the game. Is they make you go out of your way to parkour for certain stashes, and they almost always have garbage loot. I made that parkour jump for storage boxes that have nothing in them. Cockroach. And a stash that had pretty much nothing worth taking. And I'm supposed to parkour back. These metal lockers, I think you can take them to the metal cupboard. Let me just check to see if there's anything inside here. Did I go down this long ass hallway? I would have remembered breaking this box. It's like a storage. Oh shit. I just gone by, don't mind me. There's a hole down there. I mean, it's pretty in-depth in terms of like areas to explore. It's just the issue is actually exploring it without absolutely getting wiped off the face of the earth. Oh shit. That boy looking right at me. No, not me. believe the first thing that happens is the factory appears. I mean, we literally reset 3 times, and the third time it showed up. We played for 2.5 hours, didn't find the factory. Reset 3 times and found it. Now I'm gonna have to find where the hell I came from. Is it this wall? Like the compass is aiming me over here. I don't know if it's this wall or the other wall. I don't see, unless it's there. That little partition maybe might be the bunker. Yeah, it is. Let's go. I didn't see much of what I find. Not much, to be honest. We couldn't carry a lot of stuff back anyways, since we didn't really clear down our inventory. I think the only thing of note that we got was the Christmas tree. Yeah, storage for all this plastic is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, sell off all this monster loot too. It was like 100 kg, just pure resources. I still have more there. We went through so much VAL ammo too, and I don't think we even really explored much of that area, unfortunately. Okay, while we wait for the ammo to stockpile. Start to clean up some of this. Some of the medication in this bag. Should repair the rat wolf hide. There we go. I'm gonna sell this. And our inventory should be good now. And then grab our ammo as well. decent stockpile. Come back to 4 more eventually. Let's go sell this garbage. Feel the weight on this thing too. Some of the weights don't make sense to some of these items. There's like a rib cage, part of a spine, only weigh less than a kilogram. Moss and bones weigh the same. But what's heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? This should even know. 58 is decent, I suppose. 63. Where's the swamp? Moss worth 30. Yeah, I don't know. I'd much rather prefer selling just swamper arms when they used to actually be worth something. Let me just quickly loot this place and then we'll reset the map for the warehouse again. I always keep that thing up on me. This is the best wooden box breaker in the game. Wouldn't leave the bunker without it. Most of these are empty at this point. Really break what you need to get through. What we got here? Ammo. Don't need that mag. Might get advantage or decent. The boxes as well. Alright, not bad. I'll head back to the bunker and then try to get the warehouse again. Okay, let's quick save. And let's try to find the warehouse. Streaming a lot longer than I think I was going to. Excuse me. Let's hope we get warehouse nice and easy. Do we have any ammo for the kippers? No, it's a dead gun right now. Take it back and have to grab more ammo. And it's bunker. Yikes. There's supposed to be a new point of interest on this map. I have yet to find it, so. Well, that's good for the AK ammo. Okay, not too smart. Screw all these boxes up. side. Antidepressants. What's this game trying to tell me? This is like a weird ass indented. What is that? Like a handle of some sort? Radiation is extremely strong in this room. You stand in the center. See if there's anything good on the sides here. I'm not seeing much. It's like the worst part of the bunker here. Alright, well, I don't really see the point of interest anywhere near here, so we're just gonna head back and try to reset for the warehouse again. Maybe I'll take like one look over here. Problem is that this new point of interest, I don't know if it's like a completely new room that just randomly spawns, or if it's a room that will be connected to something else that was already here. Rather than I'll waste my ammo on those fools. There we go. And let's try this again. Should I grab the ammo since I'm already inside the bunker? Guess should make some more. We're definitely gonna go through quite a bit of this. Some of the stuff I managed to find a way to clog up my inventory again after just freeing up some space. Carrying these cables for far too long. Gotta move this up here. I'm gonna get this ammo on this side. There we go. Yeah, I think we're Gucci. Let's hope for. The warehouse map. We've seen it once in 3 hours. How's that for a content update? You will only be able to experience 85% of our new content once every 3 hours. I have to fight against the game design. I have to fight against the programming for me to enjoy the game. The game design and the programming should be aiding my experience. Aiding my experience and not hampering it. They go out of their way to truly make this a miserable experience, pun intended. Maybe that's what they named the game after. Or like, what experience can we give the player from some of our awful game design decisions? Misery. I don't know. I really want to see this new point of interest, but I have no clue where it is. And it's like, do I really want to waste my time / ammo trying to find it when I'm currently on the lookout for the warehouse map? Not particular. Another silo. Okay. I'm sure I like dip my toe into every area and see for like the first couple of rooms if anything's different. And if not, I just leave because I can't be bothered looking through another bunker. And I'll hope in a prayer that I'll find the new thing the game added. Well, the game is going out of its way at this point to prevent me from experiencing the new content. That's what happens when you put most of your content on one new biome that you're at the mercy of RNG of actually getting. At the very least, like, they should have increased temporarily the rate of which you can encounter this biome, because if anything, I think this is like the hardest one for me to find. I'm getting every other biome like multiple times before I would even get close to finding the warehouse. And it sucks too because you have such a limited time to explore it. I think at this point I've reset. The time I spent resetting is probably the time I spent resetting is probably time I spent more. I can't even fucking speak, guys. The time I spent reloading for this biome, I think has been longer than the time I've spent actually playing said biome. I think I have like one more warehouse playthrough. What the hell is this? Oh, it's a staircase. I think I have one more play in the warehouse in me. Or I call the stream quits. just like to get a better, like more of an experience on said biome before I talk about it in decent length on the review video. It's like I've gotten Bunker three times in the last 4 resets now. And Bunker's supposed to be the late game Plonify plus Shinings map. So I'm getting like early game maps more often than I am getting this Whereas. I guess I can go over some of the hot fixes they implemented here. This would be where under the community. Oh, right here. So they've obviously fixed the bunker spawn glitch. Radio telescope getting stuck fixed. I don't know what that was referring to. Winter texture glitch fixed. Don't know what that's talking about. Door gaps I fixed. I've seen code locks fixed. I haven't experienced. Invisible rain bug fix. I don't think I've seen that. Clothes and gear desyncs fixed. Nope. Invisible HUD butt fixed. Nope. Military box spawn exploit fix. That's interesting. I wonder what that was all about. Placement UI elements getting stuck in building mode and minor fixes and improvements, which could literally mean anything. And then hotfix number 2, the deer trophy crafting fix. Now you can buy plastic from the resource trader. I don't know how that's a hotfix. Was that supposed to be implemented in the main update, but they didn't, because they never listed that as a thing in the patch notes for the main update. And they have for the hotfix. So if usually when you put something in the hotfix, it means like you're fixing something that you're supposed to be implemented. You don't usually just add things like features or whatever to through hotfixing. So I don't know. Additional box loop spawning fixed, pooping bug fix. I seen that fixed for sure. Sewing kit and gun cleaning kit spawns fixed. Text plate crafting. Text plates crafting price reduced. What the hell is a text plate? Not the sign, is it? Text plate crafting price reduced. So so they actually have hot fixed crafting price, at least one. Everything else is still they didn't balance, but they hot fix price reduce an item I don't even know what the hell they're referring to. So that's interesting. And I suppose I can look at some of the comments to see what the community's thinking. This guy's complaining about the farming of bread. A lot of the feedback's in Russian. I do not have a grasp on that Russian alphabet. It'll be a sign like the one in Minecraft. Why didn't you just say sign? Because the thing's very clearly labeled sign in game. Why do they say text plate? Or they mean like, hold on, I have to read that thing again. Text plates. Okay, I can understand that if text plate they're referring to like the actual typing of text onto that sign. Now that's what they're referring to here when they see the crafting prices reduced. I think they're trying to say sign, but anyways, I'll look at the comments for the hotfix number 2 and see what people say. A lot of the stuff is still in Russian here. The radar building shelf doesn't let you in anymore. Prices are in Cyrez are weird now. I would say they're terrible, not just weird. This guy says, what about light bulbs? I haven't seen a single one spawning in loot boxes since update. To be fair, they're like pretty rare for me to find. There's just not so much if you're on like the map where there's a bunch of condos. I didn't see any gasoline and scrap to sell after this update. Second part is fertilizer. I don't know if it is made on purpose or not, but it takes so much more fertilizer to grow a seed. I spent 10 ash and seed growth only 20%. Is that normal? It's been a while since I grew crops. I can't even remember that. More stuff in Russian. Somebody's claiming they want a refund. All the new chests in factory are spawning empty. Oh, that's for certain. The military boxes are all empty. I don't know even know if I even come across one that was full in like that had anything in it in the bunker, because you can find those boxes there in the bunker as well. And if you're finding them empty in the bunker, that could only mean that like either they did it on purpose or by accident, where nothing, no items spawn in said receptacle. So I'm not sure if it's just me, but I feel as if something reintroduced the FPS loss bug when jumping. Would anyone have this happen? I mean, FPS. If you want to see a loss of FPS as a bug, then I'll be getting that bug more than just jumping. Can't open inventory no matter what I do. Restarting game doesn't work. That's interesting. I don't really haven't experienced that. So somebody replied to the comment, "Prices inside res are weird now." They replied with, "Yeah, they put inflation into the game to pad out game time." And then somebody replied with a YouTube video, "It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays out for them." And then commented, "Stupid that they inflated prices for no reason." Well, I can only imagine there actually is a reason. I just think the reason is stupid. I don't think. I think if you make a competent game, you shouldn't have to pad out game time, right? Because at that point, you're admitting that you don't have enough content in the game, or the content in the game that you have isn't worth playing for long periods of time. So if your strategy is, I can understand like wanting to rebalance it in terms of game progression, but if you're literally rebalancing it so a player has to is forced to play the game longer, that's stupid. Here's a good one. Do any of these fixes include fixing the insanely awful 7 ruples of bread? That actually is comical. Because I was like, oh man, like I think it was 20 before. I was like, oh man, 20 a loaf of bread's pretty good. Like it's actually worth making like a bread factory. And I can't imagine like wasting all that time to grow wheat, put wheat in the chemical table, get flour, put flour in a cooker of like either a microwave or a stove, and then selling that for 7 ruples. It's just terrible. The jump was one of the first mistakes of the game. Mistake how? Because of the FPS drop. Jump is a very clunky. Like they did not implement a jump well in this game whatsoever. It is so not smooth. It is very, very sluggish and like off-putting. It's not a great jump by any means. Finally, buyable plastic without buying water bottles and tricking myself into hypnoatremia. That took way too long to implement plastic you could trade. Frame drops in bunker and inside in Sirs. I can't pronounce this Russian stuff. I'm sorry. Still feels like there's a lack of items spawning in their useful spots. Placing some storage items may spawn an item in them. Hitbox on ghoul and zombie soldier feel off for headshots. Some loot spawns in places that can't be grabbed no matter how hard you try. Bunker and apartments mostly. And using trampoline in factory doesn't give enough power to reach intended spot. Interesting. I don't even know about this trampoline. Let's see. Any more comments? Why can't I sell trophies from animals and mutants? Did we see that in the sell list? You might have a good point here. It's either this guy is having a problem selling it, or there just isn't in the shop. Because I saw like creature parts you could sell, but trophies themselves, they might have gotten rid of in terms of like selling it to the drop. Let me just see what actual map this is. This is, oh my Jesus, this thing is already out here. Oh my god. Okay, we'll say that for now. Let me just finish reading these comments on this patch note. This guy wrote out the whole review here. Hello, first of all, thank you for developing such an amazing game. I'm truly enjoying Misery with my friends. Unlike other multiplayer games, Misery integrates individual user data, such as inventories, directly into the main map data, rather than saving them separately. Because of the system, we are currently facing a critical performance issue. Interesting. It integrates individual user data, such as inventories, directly into the main map data. That would explain the optimization issues. where if they're trying, because that's the only thing I could think of for like the bunker being so laggy is that like, and like the game still being laggy, even having left the bunker, is if they're still having that data for those items being used even when you leave the bunker. I'm trying to understand this correctly. Such as but they're talking more about player inventories in this comment than the actual like stuff in the bunker. Directly onto the main map data rather than saving them separately. So rather than them having access from a different, I guess, data block, having them being pulled from the map, I guess, is causing everybody lag. We have survived for over 140 days, and our save file saves has reached around 12 megabytes. The moment the save file exceeds 10 megabytes, the host experiences extreme stuttering and massive performance bottlenecks. Huh. Making the game nearly unplayable. To reduce the host's burden, we need a safe way to clean up the traces and accumulated data left behind by other players. Okay, so this isn't really much. It doesn't really correlate to my issue since I'm playing single player, but I didn't even think to uh, conceptualize that how much of an issue this would be in multiplayer, especially if like your world saves are being affected. If there's I see what he's talking about now. So it's piss poor optimization. Because if you're hosting a server or map where like world save data and players' inventories are being stored onto the world map, like for the save data, then that save data is just constantly going to snowball and increase. And if you don't have optimization to handle, like this guy's saying, a save file more than 10 megabytes, then obviously it's going to snowball out of control and get worse. And then if there's no effective way to clean this up, right? Because I can only imagine if you get like random people joining your server and they have inventories and then they leave and never come back to that server, if that inventory data is still saved just in case they return back to the server instead of having that inventory data saved separately somewhere else, and that save file is just going to get clogged with more and more data for other people's inventories that may or may not even join your game anymore. And it gets to a point where your world save data is just cooked. So this one actually he offers a solution. So this guy might be a game dev or somebody who knows how to program or code. To reduce the host burden, we need a safe way to clean up the traces and accumulated data left behind other players. Currently, for casual players or those who no longer play, the only workaround is asking them to log in briefly just to drop all their items on the floor. However, most inactive players simply leave without doing this, leaving the host completely helpless with no way to clean up their data. You shouldn't even have to ask somebody to drop all their stuff before they log off the server, especially like random people. Like you're scamming them and just getting them to drop their stuff. That's such a pain in the ass. Like you should be embarrassed as a game dev if people are trying to use that as a workaround for how piss poor your optimization is. However, most inactive players simply leave while doing this. Blah, 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 blah. Therefore, I would like to suggest a few practical solutions to improve the situation. Option to wipe leaving player's inventory. I wish there was a system release an option for the host where if a player leaves the server, their inventory data is completely reset or deleted immediately upon disconnect. That's the way it should be. You should just reload your inventory data every time you log in, even if that makes your login take a little longer. Like that's what I would think of, should be standardized. Like that save file data shouldn't be saved to the world. Like it shouldn't be up to the host to have that data on hand saved for every time the player logs in. It should be a per login basis. Anyways, auto deletion for inactive players. It would also be a great solution if the system automatically wipes the data of players who haven't logged back into the server for more than a week. But at that point, you might as well just implement a system to wipe off like the first option, because this is what seems like a half measure. Save file optimization. If technically feasible, I would highly appreciate if you could look into a practical way to optimize how the game handles large save files over 10 megabytes to resolve the severe stuttering. I would love to hear your thoughts on this matter. Press blah 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 blah. Blah. This guy wrote him like an email. It was essentially a comment on the Steam community. Um, if he's saying that like the world save data, if it's 10 megabytes or more, then that's what causes stuttering issues. Then that might correlate to my single player. If in fact this like the player, I mean, it should like I would more I would come to the conclusion sooner that my own items I drop in my bunker would be data tied to the world save data than other players' inventories. So if other players' inventories are being tied to the world map save data, then for sure my stuff I drop on the world on the bunker should be as well. And if that's the case, then I can see that my save file data is probably more than 10 megabytes, and that's what's causing lag and FPS drops. At least that's the conclusion I can come to. Because I believe the game used to run a lot smoother before I did all of my bunker editions. So. And the worst part is that it triggers all of that at once, all in one go. Exactly. Every time you restart the map or log back in, like for me now, you can see it on the stream. It takes like my screen is pretty much like frozen for 15, 20, 30 seconds before I actually get in. And then when I get in, everything loads all at once. And I get like 15, 10, 6 frames for like a good 20 seconds I'm still loading in. And eventually it starts to come back. So like the optimization for the game definitely needs improvement. Let me start reading some more of these comments for these patch notes. Most of these are in Russian, so all power generators are now taking power from batteries, even if like straight up. So this guy's having an issue. I haven't seen that issue, but I wouldn't be surprised if it actually is a thing. So, anyways, that's it for the feedback. I thought there would have been more feedback for those patch notes. Holy shit! I forgot about this guy. It's so loud in my ear, bro. What? Are you kidding me? That took like less than a full mag to put down. That's supposed to be the big bad enemy of the warehouse? That's pretty weak, bro. I took more bullets to kill a twin than this guy? Yeah, I don't know about that. That's kind of disappointing. I know this is supposed to be... This biome was supposed to be, I guess, weaker than the bunker, but... It's embarrassing. I don't see or hear much in the way of enemies. Just gonna either be a good thing or a bad thing. Run over here. Just more empty storage boxes. Another tank over there. I've only found 3 new mutants. That one, the graft, and this tank. There's no roof on this building. Alright, go over here. If you go according to like the trader that buys like trophies or creature parts, there's I don't know, bombs go off. There's supposed to be a crab. I've yet to see the crab, so I could only assume that's the 4th mutant spawn. And then there is, behind him he has this giant catfish. I don't know if that's the 5th mutant, but like, there's no other trace that I could find for a 5th mutant in terms of like item drops. Holy shit, I'm at like 24 frames right now. You would think the crab would be like by the crayfish and like those biomes, but how's that drone running off to? You just want Stalker? I didn't know what Stalker was until my buddy told me about it, because I never played it, and he made reference to that when he saw this game. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, I'll look into Stalker, and then I realized it wasn't multiplayer, and I was like, well, I guess that's one thing this game has over Stalkers, that you could actually play co-op with people. Ironically enough, though, I'm just playing solo. I don't mind the quote-unquote shitty graphics of the game. It's never really been a huge deciding factor whether or not I play/enjoy a game, but I can understand people not really liking this aesthetic all that much. Some cool builds in MC. Oh, man, appreciate it. Appreciate you giving it a watch. Yeah, that was 2 years ago. Back when I didn't really have much aspirations to really provide YouTube content, but I figured since I was back on playing Minecraft again, and there's some talks about me and my buddies starting up a Minecraft realm once more, that it'd be cool just to revisit those builds. Wasn't sure how the subscriber base or just YouTube audience in general would respond to it, since the Minecraft content on the channel has been relatively new. Construction station. Why would I even have to build this if I could just pick it up in the warehouse? This is bullshit. Are you kidding me? Alright, pro tip to anybody playing this game. Don't build your own construction station, just pick it up in the warehouse. It's kind of a tilter. Why did I waste my time and resources building this thing when it's literally just available for free now? I like the UFO in the tower. Which tower? Both towers? The UFO is probably my favorite build that I made. And then I like the Dougie Jones tower, the black one. It's pretty good when it comes to detailing slabs and stairs to make some nice looking designs on the exterior of a lot of walls and stuff. Okay, my character's about to... I need some log layer. I don't have any water on me, do I? There we go. Nice. Yeah, nothing here really. But I like these metal cupboards. These are interesting. Oh shit. Nothing really standing out to me in terms of worthwhile stuff to loot. Get off of me. I'm like silence ammo. Restock my magazines. There we go. It's good thing I brought extra. But I hate to have to go loud here. Was I down here before? Right? I think I was. It's hard to tell. Stuff all blends in. I can't tell if they really didn't add much to this, or I'm missing something important. What the hell was that? Can this thing jump up here? This looks like a parkour section. But do I trust the wonky controls in this game for me to be able to actually nail it? Like a giant hole in the ground. That's kind of cool. Okay, turns out he can't. That guy got up here too, apparently. Oh my. there like... I don't think this should be this easy to kill. I think the game would benefit a lot more from having less of these enemies, just making them more difficult to kill. As it says right now, it's just kind of pathetic how easy it is to get rid of them, but like at the same time, there's like so many. So you get the worst of both worlds. You get the frustration from there being so many, but also like frustration that they're really easy to kill. There's not much of a challenge. I have no more silence ammo, so I'm gonna have to go loud here. It is required. So I gotta try to make this jump. Okay, this might not be a parkour section. I thought I would have to get up here, but there's no way up here, so it's kind of a waste of my time. Take some fall damage here. Something just exploded like gas tank here. Can I even get in here? It's just empty. Go this way. Man, I don't get like. There's not enough time for me to explore this area properly. There's so much to actually like uncover here. I just cannot do it in like time that's allotted to me. There's a tank here now. I can't tell if I came from the left or right, so okay, right there, that's good. I haven't had to deal with that thing. It's probably the most annoying enemy on this map, so. It's probably the tankiest, no pun intended, and also the fact that I could just explode and kill you if you're near it, so. The other enemies so far have been relatively tame to deal with. I need more ammo for this now. Lovely. More gunpowder. I think the crab might be the trickiest enemy in this biome. So you confirmed it? Is it in this biome? Is it in the warehouse? There's like a parkour area, like out of the way upstairs you can kind of get into that I know that there's like a tank enemy, but I wonder if like the crab enemy is also hidden in that room as well. The crab might be like reserved for like a harder area to reach in that biome. Why, I guess. Because I seriously doubt that they added that crab enemy in any other different biome, considering that up until this point all the new mutants have been on the warehouse biome. So oh my god, these frames. I read in the patch notes that they were going to put GE or G-Force, whatever it was. They're thinking about implementing that. And there's somebody with an NVIDIA graphics card. It's going to be great, but at the same time I'm like, they can't even optimize this game regularly. How are they going to implement, like, my graphics card now? I don't have any faith in that working out well either, so... to make more gunpowder. Like, one visit to the warehouse completely cleans out your Completely cleans out your ammo reserves. No lag equals no factor. I have RTX 3050. I got the 4070 Ti Super. So imagine how sad I am that I'm getting 20 frames at the moment. So I'll shut this off. Actually, I'm gonna make some more iron here since we're chewing through so much on ammo. Like, admittedly, I probably should have spent more on my CPU, but like, if your games are optimized, my graphics card should be taking the brunt out of anything. Okay, you know what? Saved right. I'm gonna save again just to make sure. I'm just gonna run through this bunker and not really care about enemies until I die. I just want to see if I could find the new point of interest. Yeah, I really cannot see anything down here. This is brutal. Imagine playing this game without a flashlight. I'm gonna find like areas I haven't seen yet on this update. Like, I obviously have pretty much seen everything this bunker has to offer. I'm just trying to get to a location that I have yet to see since the update came. I guess we're not gonna see it now. Imagine playing without a flashlight. If you just turn it off. Oh, that's a good one. Interesting enough, I think the previous stream for this game, well, it didn't have a lot of live views. It did pretty well VOD-wise, which was surprising. I don't typically expect a VOD to do better than the actual stream, so leads me to believe that there's actually some what's the word I'm looking for? Some interest, I suppose. Or some, I guess, conversation based on the update of the game. Maybe if you had no flash, I would have seen you. I don't think... Are those guys black? I think they operate on sound. I don't think they can see you regardless. And this is not the warehouse either. I just need more bullets in that magazine. 20 is not enough. Like the Scar H from Modern Warfare 2 way back when for all the punks and boomers out there that still remember Modern Warfare 2. That was a big gripe with that gun. People actually liked using the Scar H, but like 20 bullets in the mag was not enough compared to like every other assault rifle that had 30 plus. Like my main gripe with this gun is that you may be able to kill like 2 ghouls and then God forbid there's a third one. Because you will not have enough ammo in the gun probably to take it out. Is there a 20 around here? Let's see if they fix this at all. No, you can still easily juke this thing. They didn't bother to try to like... He just walks away. Imagine adding 5 new mutants when the ones you currently have do that. Come on, bro. As I said, you gotta set your priorities. Yeah, but the Scar was so accurate, didn't you tell them both? Okay. Well, it depends on like what perspective you're coming from. Because if you're like, oh, okay, I just gotta kill like the actual sweats or the I don't call them sweats, but like the people who actually really wanted to do well at that game. You're planning to get like double kills, triple kills. So while it's still accurate, there's still like the ACR outclasses everything else. Like that's the most accurate one, and it has 30 bullets. So right away, like that gun outclasses everything else. But in terms of like it being so accurate, accuracy is not really going to help you if you have to kill 3 enemies, and you need more than 20 bullets to kill. Yeah, the ACR was just stupid. Like, you could maybe make an argument that some assault rifles were worth using over some. Like, there was a bit of debate, but the ACR, no questions, completely just shat on everything else. Like, as soon as you got the ACR, there was like no comparison. Which is a shame because a lot of the assault rifles are pretty interesting too. Like, low key, I thought the TAR 21, other than having just awful, I think the iron sights were okay, but they were better than like the red dot on the TAR was absolutely disgusting. But like the TAR 21 was actually a pretty fun gun to use. I think, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I feel like the assault rifles in Modern Warfare 2, aside from the ACR, all of them were relatively comparable in terms of damage. So it just came down to personal preference. But like a lot of them are usable. Scar was usable, TAR was usable. It's just that like the ACR outclassed everything else. Modern Warfare 2's gunplay was really they get me started like reminiscing on that. Modern Warfare 2 is one of those games along with Minecraft where it's like chasing a dragon. I'll never get that experience again. Playing Modern Warfare 2 for the first time, like multiplayer, the online was such a great experience. Well, Modern Warfare 2's gunplay was really solid. The death streaks and some of the perks were absolutely broken and stupid and shitty. But I can't think of like a real criticism for the actual gunplay other than like ACR just being the most overpowered thing in the game. Because like there's some Call of Duty games where I feel like it's funny to think back on like all the tropes or like all the things that we would say after like every time we died. But I feel like there's a lot of games, it might have been Black Ops 1 maybe. There's some games after Modern Warfare 2 where it's just like I'll die and I'll just be screaming, yo, that guy ate bullets. He ate bullets. Like in Modern Warfare 2, you feel like you like, especially with stopping power, like 9 times out of 10 you get jump on a guy, he's dead. Some of the Call of Duty games, it's like I'm scratching my head like, how did he live that? How do they shoot 10 bullets in this guy and he's still alive? Like, you have to find that good balance of Call of Duty where it doesn't feel like it takes ages to kill somebody, but also it doesn't feel like you die instantly. And I think Modern Warfare 2 was like the blueprint. That game I never really had to complain about being like, oh man, I died too quick, or that guy took too long to kill. It's just funny to think about like all the things we said after dying. The 8 bullets. I just remember like Call of Duty is like one of the only games. I don't know if I would say specifically multiplayer games. I think I could say it's one of the games in general where you could be doing so well, not really care, but like you get like 20 kills in a row, and it's just like whatever, it's expected. You want that just to be like the baseline. But if you die once, it's like the world just ended. The amount of rage you scream. It's like, bro, you just got 20 kills in a row. But you always remember that one death, just be like, God, I don't know what it was. Dying in that game, and it was like everybody. It wasn't just you. Everybody. As soon as they died, you'd hear on their mic just scream. They were just so mad that they died. It's like you got 20 kills in a row. You caused 20 other people to scream like that. You died once and you'd have the same reaction. Model 1887s were actually broke. Yeah. There was like, wasn't there a glitch associated with the it was a certain perk you had to have had. I don't know if it was Commando Pro. I don't think it was intended. I think the damage was multiplied by having yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was there a perk that increased like range, like damage range? Something was associated with that. I think a perk with the Model 1887s, or it might just been if you akimboed them, that you were literally able to snipe people from across the map. It was like holding 2 sniper rifles. That thing was so broken. Because the single one was kind of shit, and then the akimbo should also have been shit because like the range on that thing was like ridiculous. Like it was so huge. Like your entire screen was the hitbox, but what was this? It was just dual wielding. Okay, damage was insane. But I swear, Kate, I think there was I don't know if it was a perk specifically, like the mainline perk, or like a secondary effect to one of the perks. So you know, like you upgrade a perk, it gets like another bonus. There was some perk, maybe it was steady aim. It might have been steady aim that reduced that huge widespread area for the shot to be a lot tighter, and the people use that and are able to like really hone in and snipe people. I think that's what was associated with it, because I think like, yeah, steady aim that people use for snipers, I think it had like an upgraded perk effect that it reduced all the crosshairs. That's just so funny. So aside from like a lot of the quirky like bullshit that Modern Warfare 2 had with like those perks and like really shitty balancing for certain aspects of the game, I think the other complaint I would have for that is like you were hard locked. If you were somebody who played Call of Duty daily, you were hard locked on taking the same 3 perks. I think you might have a variation of the first perk, but the second and third perk were almost always stopping power and ninja. So you couldn't really experiment or play with other builds. I mean, you could, but you wouldn't usually get the same level of success, and you'd quickly go back to ninja and stopping power. Because once you played a ninja, especially because the big thing back then was like, bro, I need to get like a headset. I need Astros. Let's get Astros. I need to sound whore people. And a bunch of people would go buy headsets so they could hear footsteps. And then after having played with ninja, like the first game you put other perk other ninja, your footsteps sounded like someone was right beside you, like sprinting. It was the loudest thing ever, and it's just like, I can't play like this. I need to be silent so I can hear other people's footsteps. And you would think like this search and destroy mentality. Like you would think that wouldn't matter as much if you were just playing anything other than search and destroy without having to use ninja, but you still took ninja into like everything. And it's like stopping power was a must. It was absolutely, you needed it, because if the other guy had the same exact weapon as you and he can kill you in 2 bullets less, like that was such. How do you even overcome that unfair advantage? You know. And then what ended up being is that everybody would take stopping power, and that just became the norm. So you just experienced the game thinking that like that's how many bullets it took to kill somebody and to kill you. Meanwhile, it's just because everybody ran stopping power. It was just the damage was insane. They had to patch it when they. Yeah, they only really patched things that were really like people were crying about, like the what was that perk? Not close combat. What the hell was that shit? Was it close combat? CQC or something? Close quarters combat. There was a perk that let you just knife a guy from across the map. People were absolutely losing their minds on how stupid that was. They fixed that. Then they fixed the Model 1887s. And that was like the two major things that they actually took a look into. Steady aim probably helped, but on their own they were still... Yeah, I mean like the actual range of those, you could snipe from across the map, but I think steady aim helped in terms of like actually aiming said bullets to somebody. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the strategy was not to fire them both unless they were kind of far away. I think what people did was they fired like one of them, and as that one was reloading, they still had the other one ready in case there was another person they had to kill. So they would fire one, and usually that would be enough if you were like in a decent enough range. And then they'd fire the second one if it still wasn't enough to kill them. Like you hardly ever wanted to use both at the same time, so you didn't want to have to reload both of them, even though it was like a quick reload time. I'm pretty sure that was a strategy. What the hell is this? This ain't no warehouse. Sit down, nerd. Dude, they completely broke the Plague Doctor's AI. You don't give a shit. It's like we're buddies now. You don't care at all. Shoot him in the foot, still wanders off. I can't, bro. I can't. How do you make it like a huge major content update and then cause more problems than you fix? This is going to require another hotfix. I predict at least another 2 in the near future that they're going to have to implement. It's just like, I don't understand how you don't playtest this at all. Can I send a message to the devs? Hey devs, okay? In the future, if you ever plan on making this huge content update and you need a playtester, please, let me play your game for 2 hours. I guarantee you, I will find some like major game breaking bugs that you have to attend to first before you release the game. Please. Refrain from releasing the major content updates without at least testing an hour or 2 of gameplay after. I get the impression that they didn't test this whatsoever. Not for 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I think they literally just made this update, released it, then we're gonna be the playtesters for it. Is this still like early access? I don't even know at this point. Like every game is in early access, but if that's gonna be their excuse, I don't know, man. Like as soon as you charge somebody for your game, you really need to be on top of things. Like, this is unacceptable, honestly. Commando Pro. Yeah, Commando Pro was a nice perk. Modern Warfare 2 had a good selection of perks. Commando Pro was broken, sleight of hand, one-man army, last stand, only real perk that was so strong. The strongest perk out of the list was definitely stopping power. But for the most part, the other 2 perk slots also had one that like 80% of the fan base would use. Sleight of hand was probably the blue perk, the first perk. Sleight of hand was probably the least used out of the 3 top main ones from each selection. But it would go stopping power. Most people would use ninja, and then see, that's actually tough. I don't know. Sleight of, I would think more people use ninja than sleight of hand. But those were like the 3: sleight of hand, stopping power, Ninja were most people's setups, especially if you were one of those nerds who did competitive game battles for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Those were the three: sleight of hand, and then yeah. Some people try to use cold-blooded just in everyday play, but mostly that got relegated to takedown of like enemy like aircraft. You would just switch over to that cold-blooded class with was it Stinger missiles, and just take that shit down. You every so often you'd get a guy who was like playing with a silencer, cold-blooded. There's usually the UMP silence. Dude, I don't know what it was. UMP silence. You couldn't not use a silencer on that gun. I don't know if there was a glitch associated with it where it felt like it did more damage, or I think people said like it helped with recoil too. Either or, it didn't matter. You needed silencer because even it sounded so clean as well. Like it's like UMP silencer was the shit. That was the SMG of choice, if I remember correctly. Have to go, guys. I'll see you next one. Hey, take it easy, Fernand. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. The game is a misery, but it's for sure. Honestly, just feel like turning the stream into Call of Duty reminiscing. Why do I wait for it to reminisce? I'm pretty sure everybody had the class. I like nicknaming your classes too. That was fun. Like I nicknamed my like takedown class of like aircraft Door. I think it was like Door the Takedown Horror. Something stupid. Because we just the terminology we would use in that game was so funny. If you got like an chopper gunner, AC-130, what was the other one? The intermediate one, like 7. What was it called? This is gonna kill me now. What was the 7 kill streak? The helicopter that was unmanned. Because there was like a what it started with an H too. There was another one that was like a strike. What was it called? Helio something. Harrier. A Harrier strike. There was that one where they threw down missiles, then it stayed. Then there was another one, attack chopper or something. That one too. Like whatever that's, if you ever like called in any of that and it got taken down within like 3 seconds by somebody's stinger, you'd just be screaming, "Oh, this guy's a takedown whore! He's goddamn takedown whores!" But everybody had that class. Nobody wanted to be in the lobby just getting absolutely mauled by a chopper gunner. They either would leave the game if they join in one, or they would immediately switch over to their takedown class and take it down within like 3 seconds. So the other thing was super fun too, the javelin missiles. Being able to free fire javelin missiles, especially in like ground war, domination. I can't tell you, nothing made me happier in that game than getting like a triple kill and having that pop up in the feed from a javelin missile because you launched it from across the map on like a domination objective. And I heard that they got rid of like javelin missiles in the game or something. They stopped putting them in like the feature titles. Or there might have been a title where they just made it so you couldn't lock on to the ground. That was lame. Yeah, this is actually a really interesting area. In terms of like using it to hunt for furniture. Just wish it wasn't guarded by literally like 20 enemies you have to kill. Because like I'd like, this would be a good place to pick up a buffet. It's new. There's someone, you know what? What's the worst that can happen? Maybe just alert literally every enemy to this area. No, this is a UN zombie. What the hell? These are so small. So there's like, I guess there's no like human soldiers anymore. But they would have added like the UN guys. I guess that makes sense because the UN guys are supposed to be your allies. They're supposed to help you out, like giving you supply drops. It would make sense to make them human. Let them fire at you. Makes a lot more sense. Having zombies. And then if they drop like UN style stuff, it's clearly an upgrade to like the regular things. Like, I would assume that like the medkits and everything they drop is probably stronger than stuff you find in the bunker. Even though the bunker area is supposed to be the one that has the late game items. So I don't know. No idea where I'm at. That's interesting. I don't know if I've seen this wooden box before. Never mind now. I am out of water. And I don't see anything here in terms of water. No bueno. Even like an MRE ration would help me out here at this point. I don't see one. Oh, cool. Take that. Yeah, I'm like slightly disappointed. I thought there would be. I mean, in terms of exploration, it's pretty cool, but I'm just not really all that overwhelmed with the new items. Put it this way, I don't really see much of a reward in exploring all this. How many frag grenades on there? Like I deposited them all. It sucks. Maybe something cool behind these guys. Let's take a look. Okay, nothing there. This was the plank that was preventing the sword. This thing even get through her? Not like that, that's for sure. Wow, I took so much. I wasn't even really near that. Almost died off that thing. It's pretty nutty. I'll die of thirst here. I should probably take another one of these. You would think there'd be something worth taking from this area that took a while to access and was like locked off. Just like you can't open this up. So I'm not really sure what that's all about. Looks like it's the powered tracker rail here. Maybe they plan on implementing something later. As of right now, I just don't see much of anything here. Of any substance.
A secret.
Secret. This game is too spooky. It's dark as hell. You should get on, Patty. You should play some more of this. You haven't even scratched the surface of what this game has now. Some crazy shit going on. A secret. The ancients bestow fire. I need to get the hell out of here. The siren's probably gonna start soon. Also, my character is literally like dying of thirst. There's like no water in this warehouse. Like I'm working at Amazon again. You would think there should be something cool in here. And of course all that loot is non-existent, it's all empty. That has to be a glitch, there's no way. Every one of these boxes I've seen so far have nothing in them. On purpose. There's a plague doctor in here. Oh, hell yeah. The big Prime subscription. From the main man, Dougie Chose. Hell yeah. I'm actually gonna dive thirst here. I gotta go back over. I love that orb bouncing sound, man. When they didn't put that in the remake, it made me so upset. You support our boy, hell yeah. One step closer to getting the minimum payout threshold. This guy's a mob. He really is. I'm glad I was able to like get the like a pretty decent. Oh, I'm gonna take a look at it now. A pretty decent, I guess GIF. Yeah, it was a GIF. A decent GIF of the orb bouncing and then having it sync with the audio. It took a while for me to find some of that. Let me just see. Go on Twitch. Check out my stream alerts. I want to take a look at it again. Let's go. Alerts. Edit alerts. Subscription. Take a look at it on the OBS side of things. Test alert. That's so clean. I love it so much. The other thing, maybe I'd have like the text a little bigger, but it's still like legible, so I don't think it's that much of a big deal. I mean, if I could sub to myself. Technically, I am, though. I think like, you could even scroll over to, like, my orb icon you could see tier 3, 3 months. I think you're just automatically sub to yourself as soon as you get affiliate. Because I wasn't getting this when I wasn't affiliate. But I think if you are affiliate, you're automatically sub to yourself. And since I'm affiliate, I can take my emojis and use them in other people's chats. It's pretty funny. I think I'm gonna call it quits on the stream, for at least for this game. Are you still hanging out with your girlfriend tonight, or do you have time to play something real quick? Do the GFC account. Because I think I'm about to call it a stream today. 4 hours is a little more than I was planning on doing today, but that's fine. Something looks so raggedy. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me. Almost 4.5 hours. We did some good work today. I have to do some video editing. I'm not really excited about that, but that is what it is. You should be able to hop on later tonight, though. Yeah, we could probably finish shift at midnight. And what was else? Something else we wanted to do? Oh, Minecraft realm. We could probably start as well, or we could do. Yeah, I don't know. I want to play Repo, but like, you don't want to play it just two people. I'm trying to think, like, we could probably like start a playthrough of No Way Out or whatever. That might be a thing. Anyways. I'm calling it here. I appreciate everybody for watching and your support. In case you're watching this as a VOD, appreciate you as well. You know, the previous stream had a lot more viewers than I thought it would have for just being a VOD, so if you're sticking around, I appreciate that as well. But we'll talk to you guys again soon. Take it easy.